Good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, our witness today is Stephen David Powell, who is a forensic investigator at ENS Africa and who has conducted investigations at EOH.
Thank you. Please administer the oath of affirmation. And I guess just to remind the public, Mr. Chaskelson, we are continuing with, for the rest of the week, with evidence relating to EOH.
Chair, today's evidence will relate to EOH. Tomorrow's evidence will be the evidence of Mr. Ramafsabudi, which concerns AXA, SAA, and Transnet. And Friday's evidence will be from the Executive Mayor, Mr. Makubo, about matters in this municipality.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Please state your full names for the record.
Stephen David Powell.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You may be seated, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, for housekeeping purposes, the affidavit of Mr. Powell is in Flow of Funds Bundle 1, page 71.
Flow Funds Bundle 1. Right, and it appears at page of
71, Chair.
71.
And attached to that affidavit are 3 reports with bundles of supporting documents that Mr. Powell has, Mr. Powell and his team have produced. The first report is at page 1, bundle 1, page 82.
Yes.
And it, together with annexures, runs all the way to page 374 of Bundle 1, where the second report appears at page 375.
Oh, yes, so it ends at 374, and then at 375 is another report?
Indeed, Chair.
Yes.
And that report runs till the end of Bundle 1,
Yes.
and the third report commences at page 3 of Bundle 2.
Okay.
For most of this morning's testimony, Chair, we will be concerned with Bundle 1.
Okay.
Mr. Powell, can I ask you first, just to confirm under oath, that the 3 reports that I have described to the chairperson were prepared by your team, the first one at page 82 of Bundle 1, and that was submitted to the Commission, if I remember correctly, on the 11th of August.
That is correct, Chair.
The second at page 375 of Bundle 1, and it is, if I remember correctly, it was submitted on 9 September of this year.
That is correct, Chair.
And the third at Bundle 2, page 3, which was submitted at, was it November the 11th this year?
Correct. That was just recently, Mr. Chair.
You'll just have to raise your voice, Mr. Powell. Otherwise
Certainly,
I can't.
Chair.
Yeah.
I do confirm.
Okay.
Mr. Powell, your affidavit appears at page 71 of the first bundle. If I might take you to that affidavit now.
Certainly.
And in paragraphs 1 to 9, you describe who you are. Can you briefly tell the chairperson.
Certainly.
Mr. Chaskell, you want to do the formalities
I
first?
I beg your pardon, Chair.
Yes.
I've done that again. Can we admit the affidavit of Mr. Powell together with the supporting reports as Annexure VV2?
Yes, no, that's fine, but let's just confirm, Mr. Powell, look at page 75. Is that your signature at the top there?
That is correct, Chair.
And you deposed to this affidavit before a commission of oaths.
That is correct, Chair.
You confirm that the affidavit starting at page 71 is your affidavit and its contents are, to the best of your knowledge and belief, true and correct.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Chaskalson, you would like me to admit it as exhibit?
VV2, Chair. And I'm in your hands, Chair, as to whether
If the annexures are part of the affidavit, annexures to the affidavit, then we don't have to admit them separately. But if they are separate, then we have to admit them separately.
they are referred to in the affidavit and
Okay,
identified in the
then
affidavit.
we'll just, so it will be BB2. BB2 only or BB2 point something?
Let us make it VV 2.1 in case
Yes.
there is a need for an additional document to be put to
Okay.
Mr. Powell in the course of his testimony.
Okay, the affidavit of Mr. Stephen David Powell, starting at page 71, together with its annexures, is admitted as exhibit BB 2.1. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Powell, can you briefly describe to the Chair your qualifications and your place of present employment?
Certainly. Chair, I hold the degrees B.Proc, LRB, attained from the University of Cape Town, and I was admitted as an advocate at the Cape Bar in 1991. For the past 16 years, I've been an executive in the law firm ENS Africa, and a role that I play as an executive at ENS Africa is I head up the Forensic Services Division. I'm the Managing Director of ENS Forensics Pty Limited, a subsidiary of ENS Africa. I started my career, Chair, as a prosecutor in the Magistrates Court in Cape Town, and I moved to Regional Court, and I ended my career as a prosecutor in the office of the then Attorney General. I spent 8 years as a prosecutor. After that, I moved to the auditing firm Deloitte, Chair, and I headed the forensic services of Deloitte in the Western Cape for 6 years. And I was a partner at Deloitte, and for the last 16 years, I've been at ENS Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Now, your evidence today is going to concern matters relating to EOH. Some of the background to your involvement with EOH has been dealt with by Mr. Van Koller, who testified on Monday, but can you very briefly turn to paragraph 14 of your affidavit on bundle 1, page 72, and very briefly just describe to the Chair how you became involved in EOH and what the nature of your investigation there was?
Certainly. Mr. Chair, we had been providing services to EOH prior to February 2019, when Drame merged with Microsoft, and we had been providing governance, compliance support, and some ad hoc investigative work. But in February 2019, when Microsoft served a notice of cancellation of the appointment of EOH as a reseller of Microsoft products, it caused a significant concern to the business, and I was mandated by Mr. Van Koller to do a comprehensive investigation. Prior to that, we didn't have access to the EOH server. We could not just look at emails, data of everyone and in the business, but we received an unfettered mandate to get to the bottom of what had happened, and we were asked specifically to focus on the Microsoft contract at the Department of Defense. And just before that, Mr. Van Koller had mandated us to look into concerns that had come to his attention at the Department of Water and Sanitation. And we then conducted an extensive investigation where we had unfettered access to the mailbox server of EOH, and we then conducted a multitude of interviews with personnel to try to get to the bottom of what had happened. We also conducted an extensive data review, reviewing information on the system related to the Department of Defense, and very soon after initiating that investigation, we confirmed that there had been irregularities in respect of the Microsoft contract, and Mr. Van Coller asked us to look at all the significant public sector contracts to make sure that similar issues did not exist in other contracts as well. And during the course of our investigation, we did flag concerns that we had, which I will elaborate on further in my evidence, Chair, but that the issue related to the city of Johannesburg, we identified a range of concerns and irregularities, and we were then contacted by the Commission to ask if we will share some of the details, and we were asked to look at certain persons that were of interest to the Commission, which includes the current executive mayor, Mr. Jeff Makubo, as well as a gentleman by the name of Patrick Makubedu, and then entities by the name of Molelwane Consulting and Molelwane Holdings, and another entity by the name of Xylec. I do want to emphasize, and perhaps it's opportune just to mention, there are some limitations in the work that we have done, Chair, because EOH is a company of companies. At various stages, the business had more than 275 subsidiaries in it. They did not at all times have a centralized accounting system. They have a system called the Invoice system. We have been able to analyze information on the Invoice system from 2013 to 2018. Most of the irregularities that we have identified occurred in a small time frame, Chair, and that time frame was 2014 to 2017. And it is quite interesting, Chair, that when the media started zooming in on irregularities at EOH, the mischief, the misconduct seemed to curtail. So the media definitely had a positive influence, and it coincided when the analysis in the media focused on the Guptas, and that seemed to curb the illicit activities that were going on at the group. Chair, I mentioned the limitations because I do want to emphasize that some of the entities that we have investigated, such as Xylec, Jeffrey Makubo, were not part of our initial investigation, but when the Commission asked us, because we have access to the EOH data and server, we were able to extract a lot of information, and I think that information is helpful to the Commission, and that will be part of my testimony today. But I do want to highlight that we haven't had access to Mr. Makubo's data per se. We've got what communications he had with EOH people on the EOH system, and we've got details of payments made to Molelwane and to Mr. Makubo from what we could gather from the EOH server. We can see from our analysis that Mr. Makubo has Gmail addresses, and we may not have access to all of the information. So I just wanted Chair to be aware that there were limits to what we did, and we have gone out of our way to assist the Commission by doing an extensive data review to identify correspondence, payments, etc., linked to the individuals that were of interest to the Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Before we get to the Johannesburg, or the issues relating to the city of Johannesburg, I just want to take you to paragraph 27 of your affidavit, page 74, bundle 1, where you speak about Mr. Jihan Mackay. Can you tell the Chair who Mr. Mackay was or is?
Certainly, Chair. Mr. Mackay was the head of the public sector vertical team at EOH, and he was also the managing director of a company called TSS MS. Mr. Chair, I will, in my testimony, refer extensively to Mr. McKay, and you'll see that he features in quite a few emails and documents that we will draw the Commission's attention to. He is one of the key role players in the irregularities that I will be highlighting today.
Mr. Chaskalson, you might wish just to give a spelling of some of the surnames for the convenience of the transcribers. At least now that there's some of, as they get mentioned.
I will do that, Chair. Jehan Mackay, as I understand, is Jehan, the first name, and the surname is Mackay. At paragraph 28, you talk about suspicious payments from an FNB account belonging to Mr. Mackay. Can I ask you first, how did you discover those payments?
Certainly. Chair, we had full access to the Mimecast server, and attached to email correspondence that we analyzed the bank statements for a window period of Mr. Mackay were on the server, and we analyzed those statements and we identified payments to a number of politically exposed persons, and we have shared that with the Commission.
Can you take the Chair through that table of payments in paragraph 29?
Certainly, Chair. The table in paragraph 29 is an analysis. This is an extrapolation of an analysis that we conducted on Mr. Mackay's FNB bank statement. And, Chair, you will see that it starts on the 26th of May,
So
2015.
just to clarify, Mr. Powell, so the FNB account number that appears on the extreme left, that's whose account?
Correct, Mr. Chair. That account we ascertained belongs to Jehan Mackay.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The table sets out payments that we identified and extrapolated from his bank statements starting on 26 May 2015 until 29 June 2017. And this was from his personal bank account, and it kicks off on 26 May with a payment in the amount of 80,000 Rand, and this was made to an FNB account with the reference NG, and the NG is repeated. Chair, I don't know why the NG is repeated, but it's as it was stated on the reference, NG Kodwa. And then on 13 July 2015...
But before you leave that reference, Chair, if I can, for convenience sake, direct you to the relevant pages in the bundle, if you can annotate the table where the relevant bank statements are, that first entry is to be found at page 700 of bundle 1.
Okay. Page 700.
Indeed.
Yes, okay.
Mr. Powell, were you able to identify who the recipient of this payment was?
Correct. Chair, it appears to be Mr. Zizi Kodwa, who I understand is the Deputy Minister of Intelligence in the current government.
And can you tell the Chair, this is a payment in 2015, what was Mr. Kodwa's position in 2015? Are you aware of that?
The question is whether you
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I had that here.
Oh, you need to check.
Chair, I think it's a matter of public record. Mr. Kodwa was not in government in 2015, but he was a spokesperson for the ANC.
Yes.
Correct, Mr. Chair. I do confirm we had, when we did our intelligence checks, we did identify he was spokesman for the ANC.
The second reference, and Chair, the bundle reference for the second reference for the statement is page 704.
Thank you.
Chair, the second reference is on 13 July 2015. there was a payment of 45,000, also referenced to NG Kodwa.
The third reference, which, Chair, is at page 708 of the bundle in its original statement.
Maybe before that, can I just check, Mr. Powell, whether, as you understand the position, NG are initials or what is it? I just see that the N is capital letter, but the G is small letter. Normally one would write an initials in capital letters. Do you know or you don't know?
I don't know, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right.
It's odd, and you'll see when we deal with number 3, there's SG Zintwa, and I understand that Mr. Zintwa, at the time, is described in the media as a personal assistant to Jacob Zuma, and we know that he was an advisor to Mr. Zuma, and there was a payment of 50,000 on that date of 12 September 2015, also from Mr. McKay's personal bank account, and Chair, you'll see that the initials seem to be repeated. There it is Mr. Siyabulela Zintwa.
Yes, and Sintwa is S for sugar, INTWA. And there is JM in brackets after the surname.
Correct, Chair. I assume the JM is Gian McKay.
Yes, okay.
Chair, I wonder if it might be convenient for me to give you, Chair,
Yes.
all of the references
Yes,
so that we don't
it would
interrupt.
be. Yeah,
So
it would be.
the first is 700, page 700. The second is 704. The third is 708. The fourth is 713. The fifth is 713 as well, as is the sixth. The seventh, and I'm now at 3 November, is 717. The 8th, also at 5 November, is 717. The 9th, at 26 November, is 717. The 10th, 28 November, 717. Then 4 December is 722. 18 December is 722. 2 February is 727. 27 January is 737. And 29 June, 731.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Powell, you just finished the third entry, I think, the 12 September entry.
Correct, Chair. The next entry is 7 October 2015. There was a payment of 21,600 to the FNB account of Mr. Zintwa. The next date is 19 October. There was a payment of 20,000 to the FNB account of Mr. Zintwa. And on 29 October 2015, there was another payment of 50,000 to Mr. Zizi Kodwa, NG Kodwa. Again, on 3 November 2015, there was a payment of another 50,000 to Mr. Kodwa. And on 5 November 2015, there was a payment of 50,000 to Mr. Zintwa. On 26 November 2015, there was a payment of 30,000 Rand. It's referenced as FNB, and it has the number OB 0000282, April Streetwise, and in brackets ZZ. And that appears to also be a payment to Mr. Kodwa, Chair. On 28 November 2015, there was a payment of 50,000 to Mr. Kodwa again. And on 4 December, there was a payment of 40,000 to Mr. Kodwa. And on 18 December 2015, there was a payment of 100,000 Rand to Mr. Siyabulela Zintwa. On 2 February 2016, there was a payment of 30,000 Rand to Mr. Zizi Kodwa. On 27 January 2017, there was a payment of 50,000 to Mr. Zintwa. And the last entry, Chair, is 29 June 2017. There was a payment of 500,000 to the FNB bank account of Mr. Nkabinde, and this is referenced JM in brackets, and it's referenced as loan. So 500,000 is the last entry. Chair, we identified that at the time, Mr. Nkabinde appears to be Mr. Reggie Nkabinde, and he was the treasurer of the ANC Youth League, ANCIL. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Powell, when you looked at the bank statements of Mr. Mackay, did you notice any patterns relating to the periods around the time in which these payments were made on the statements themselves?
Correct, Mr. Chair. Very often the payments seem to follow a deposit of a similar amount or a larger amount just prior to the transfer to the individuals that I've listed, and many of those were referenced as transfers from TSS, Tactical Software Solutions.
And can you...
Okay, I'm sorry. Just repeat. You say the payments which are reflected in this table seemed to happen immediately after what?
There were deposits into Mr. Mackay's bank account, electronic transfers to his account, Chair.
Yes.
And most of these seem to come from an entity named TSS.
Yes. So first, Mr. Mackay would receive deposits into his account,
Correct.
and then these payments would happen.
Correct, Chair. That seemed to be the pattern.
That seemed to be the pattern. Okay, all right.
And can you tell the Chair who TSS are?
Yeah. TSS was a company, and I refer to Mr. Mackay as the managing director of TSS MS, Chair. This was a company that was acquired by EOH Group in 2011. So it was part of the EOH stable.
Okay.
And from whom was it acquired?
It was acquired from Danny and Gian Mackay. Danny Mackay is Gian's father, Chair.
And just to give the Chair an example of this phenomenon that you're describing, can I ask you to turn to Bundle 1, page 722?
Certainly, Chair.
And on page 722 are two of the transactions that you've already described to the Chair. For December, there's a payment of 40,000 referenced NG Kodwa, 4/12. And on 18 December, there is a payment of 100,000 rands referenced Mr. Siabulela Sintwa. Can you look at 8 December?
Certainly.
And just tell the Chair what you see there.
Chair, it reflects an FNB QB transfer, and the reference, the description column refers to transfer TSS JM. And then there's the figure of 500,000 that comes in, Mr. Chair.
So the table at 722 reflects a transfer or transfers from whose account? From Mr. Mackay's personal account?
Correct. That is correct, Chair.
And to the accounts of the different people?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Chair, the pattern referred to is that generally when these payments are made to the politically exposed person, there is a larger deposit just preceding that.
Yes, and it comes from the same source?
Correct. They seem to often come from TSS, Chair.
Yes, okay, okay. In other words, I guess what you are saying is, if one were to sit down and look at the different tables that you have indicated, one will, and look at dates, one could see a deposit going into Mr. Mackay's personal account coming from TSS, and then immediately or soon thereafter, a transfer into the account of one or other politically exposed person.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Powell, we're now going to move to matters relating to the City of Johannesburg. And before we get into particular tenders, I'd like you to take the Chair briefly through a description of who the players we're going to be seeing are. And if I can ask you to go to your first report at Flow Funds Bundle 1, page 84, where you start doing that.
Certainly, Chair.
At 4.1, you describe TSS managed services, but you've already explained who TSS are to the Chair. 4.2, you deal with Mr. Patrick Makubedu. Can you explain to the Chair who Mr. Makubedu is?
Certainly, Chair. Mr. Makubedu is a former employee of EOH. We understand that he was employed at the TSS Group from 1 December 2007, initially in business development and then later as a general manager, sales. After EOH acquired TSS MS, Makubedu's employment was transferred to EOH on 1 March 2014. Makubedu was employed at EOH as Business Development Executive in the public sector, working closely with Gian McKay. Makubedu resigned from EOH with immediate effect on 11 March 2019. And Mr. Chair, what is quite interesting is we had invited him to a discussion. We wanted to interview him, and the interview was supposed to take place at 8 o'clock on a Monday morning, and he resigned on the weekend and backdated his resignation to the Friday, and he refused to engage with us at all.
Now, you've spoken about his position being business development executive in the public sector. Can you explain to the Chair what business development embraces?
Business development is marketing that's finding opportunities and expanding on existing contracts. And we saw that Mr. Makubedu was integral to a number of relationships at the City of Johannesburg, and he seemed to win a lot of business for EOH at the City of Johannesburg. Chair, I will elaborate on some of the methods that were used to win business, which was not quite savory.
We'll get to that in detail in due course. Let's continue through the list of individuals who we'll be describing.
Well, Mr. Chairperson, I'm sorry. I just want to mention that in the context of another work stream, a witness who gave evidence here, I think Mr. Sodi, said that his then business partner, Mr. Mpambani, said that he wanted to unlock business opportunities in the provincial government of the Free State for their joint venture. So was this some kind of unlocking business opportunities? Mr. Makubedu's position, did it entail that?
I see the business development as exactly that, unlocking opportunities at the City of Johannesburg and other public entities.
Okay, all right. Mr. Chairperson, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Not at all, Chair. At paragraph 51, you refer to Mr. Makubo and his relationship with Mr. Makubedu that you've been able to see from the outside. Can you tell the Chairperson what you know about Mr. Makubo and what his commercial relationships with Mr. Makubedu are that you've been aware of?
Certainly, Chair. Makubedu and Makubo are linked to a number of entities. Some of these entities financially transacted with one another, including Mawani, Mr. Makubo's consulting business. There was a gentleman by the name of Reno Neil Barry, who was integral in a number of these financial transactions. Chair, it's also important to identify Mr. Barry because he will feature in one of the business partners that seems to have been used extensively for concealed and illicit payments, which I will elaborate on further later in my testimony. Barry is the former group financial manager at Tactical Software Systems Pty Limited. So he also worked for what is known as TSS. Barry provided accounting services from time to various of these linked entities, including Xylec. Xylec is an entity which reflects Patrick Makubedu as the key principal chair. Malelwane, an entity by the name of Fundi Mobile, and then Prime Molecular and Grass Farms. Email evidence that we were able to analyze indicates that Barry made a number of payments, including to Malelwane, at the instructions of Patrick Makubedu. The emails that we will elaborate on further in my evidence, Chair, also suggest that Barry assisted Makubedu, Makubo, and Makubo's wife in their personal tax matters. He was the accountant preparing their tax affairs.
If I can then take you over the page to page 86, you have a table of entities that will feature, or that you described. You've touched on Xylec. Can you say something about Mawani Consulting?
Certainly. Chair, if I may, I'm going to take you from the table to the documents, because when we do these investigations, we use the CIPC documentation. And so I've got Winded and CIPC documents. The first one is Mawani Consulting CC. Chair, you will find that in bundle 1 at 163. So I think what I'll do is I'll go to 163 and then, sorry. And it's the FOF 163, Chair. You'll see that this is a Winded company report. It reflects Malelwane Consulting, status in business.
Can you just give the Chair the date of that report, because it may become significant later? Right at the top.
Yeah, it's at the top.
Yes, the date requested was 2020, July 7th.
Yes.
And the info comes from the CIPC, Chair, and it reflects Malelwane Consulting as in business, and its registration date was 1997. Chair, I think what Mr. Jaskelson was alluding to is this is a recent check that was done. So,
Yes,
so it's
yeah.
July of this year. And it reflects the members as Makubo, Matlakale Florence, and then it's got a number of inactive, as an active director, and it cites an ID number of 47080105588082, and she's described as an active member. The inactive members are Lynette Ruth Fox, and its status is resigned, and then Makubo, Molantoa Jeffrey, status resigned. Makubo Teboho Clive.
Sorry, before you move off,
Certainly.
Mr. Makubo, can you just record the date that CIPC reflects his resignation as having taken place?
Yeah, I'll just turn to the reference. Resignation date for Mr. Makubo, Chair, is 4 October 2019.
Where does that date
Apologies, Chair, that is on the next page, page 164. You'll see that it refers to the members, and it provides more detail on each of the members.
appear? Okay.
And you'll see the second last one is Jeffrey Makubo,
Yes.
and it has an ID number of 6802085374083.
Oh, yes.
Status
I can see
resigned.
that. Yeah.
Appointment date 1998, 16 September. Resignation date 4 October 2019.
Yes.
So last year he resigned, Chair.
Yes.
Our interest is primarily in Mr. Makubo. Can I just ask you if you know who the current active member is listed as Florence Matlakala Makubo? Do you know who Florence Matlakala Makubo is?
Chair, I'm not 100% certain, but it looks like a mother. If I look at the ID, it's a 47, and if you look at Jeff Makubo, it is a 68.
Thank you. Can you talk briefly about Mawani Holdings next?
Certainly. Chair, and I think we will do the same on this one.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairperson. As you direct him to specific topics, if you can just mention the page. Page 87.
I'm afraid Mr. Powell, being a sort of trained forensic investigator, is ahead of me here. I wasn't planning to go to the CIPC documents, so I don't have the references he does. I'm just referring to the table on page 86.
Okay.
But I'm sure he will give the references to you, Chair.
Yes.
Exactly right, Chair. I have marked on the table, and I want to take you, Chair, to 167 of the bundle. Chair, you'll see that this was also, the check was requested this year in July, 9/7/2020, which coincides with the time when the Commission asked us to have a look at this. And it reflects the company Mawani Holdings as status, annual return, final deregistration. So it looks like the company is in the process of being deregistered. It reflects an active director as Obakeng Aluta Chikane, ID number 8012315407087, as an active director. The two further names on this document, the first one I think is irrelevant, Chair, because Christian Goos is a individual whose business is selling companies off the shelf. So he will appear in a multitude of companies, so I don't think there's anything relevant to that. But it does reflect Jeffrey Molantoa Makubo as a resigned director. And if we turn the page, Chair, as we did on the last one, we get a more detailed breakdown, and it reflects that his profession was Chief Executive Officer, and the resignation date on this one is 7 November 2011.
That's on the next page, is that right?
Correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
And Chair, we will see later, or maybe only when Mr. Makubo comes, that November 2011 is when Mr. Makubo entered government.
Oh, okay.
If we can move then to Fundi Mobile Networks. You've said a little about Fundi, but there's probably
Certainly.
a lot more to say.
Yep. Fundi Mobile, the directors are listed as Mongezi Duma and Reno Barry.
Can you give the Chair the reference again?
I'm going to do the same as I did previously, and I'm going to take you to page 160 of the bundle. 160. And this check was also requested in July of this year, and it reflects the company name as Fundi Mobile Networks, status in business. The company was registered in 2012, Chair. Registration date 10 October 2012. The directors and other summary reflects Barry Reno Neil, Reno Neil Barry is his name, Chair. ID number 74091650600084 as the director, and it's an active status, Chair. And then there's an inactive director, reflected as Duma Mongezi Ambrose, and it reflects that he's a resigned director. And if we turn the page, Chair, we'll see that Mongezi Duma resigned on 23 June 2017.
Yes, that's at page 161.
Correct.
And do you know anything else about Mr. Duma? If I might refer you back to page 86 of your first
Yes,
report.
certainly. Mr. Duma was employed at Tactical Software Systems as a group financial analyst, Chair, and you'll find that on page 86 in the table. And Mfundi is quite important to my testimony, Chair, because we've identified that EOH paid Fundi Mobile more than 34 million rand, excluding VAT, for purported work on public sector projects where we could find no evidence that any work was done.
While we're talking about the relationship between Fundi Mobile and EOH, can I take you to a contract that appears at page 466 of the bundle, 466,
Yes,
which describes itself as a teaming agreement?
certainly.
And this is a document which you've furnished, or which your team furnished to the Commission. Can you tell the chairperson what this document is?
Certainly. Chair, just before we go into this document, I just want to highlight to the Commission that we had already, before the Commission asked us, identified irregularities with Fundi Mobile, and we had issued Mr. Van Koller deposed to an affidavit, and we issued a Section 34 report to the DPCI reporting irregularities regarding Fundi Mobile. The document that Mr. Chaskelson has referred me to is the appointment of as an independent service provider, and it's agreement between the SAP Services business unit of EOH Matombo Pty Limited, and the SAP is the software OEM, Chair, the original equipment manufacturer. This entity's primary business was the support around SAP services, and the contract is with Fundi Mobile Networks, represented by Mr. Duma in his capacity as a director. And this is what we commonly found, and I think Mr. Chaskelson referred to it as a teaming agreement.
And the reference to, SAP Services is in a business unit
Yep.
of EOH Mtombo.
Yep. Mr. Chair, if I may
It's
also...
got nothing to do with the South African police.
Nothing to do with the South African police.
Okay.
Chair, that's why I mentioned this is SAP, which is an OEM. They're a distributor of software to many municipalities across the country.
Yes, okay. All right.
If I can ask you to go to the definition of deliverables in that agreement, page 467.
Chair, at paragraph 1.18, the contract refers to deliverables, and it states that this means the tasks and/or products and/or services delivered by the service provider as set out in Addendum A attached and read as if specifically incorporated herein.
So I understand these are going to be the services provided by Mfundi to EOH. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can I then ask you to go to Addendum A so that we can see what these services are? It's
Certainly.
page 476, Chair.
Thank you, 476. Yes.
Chair, you'll see that the project and deliverables of the service provider is blank. Nothing is stipulated.
Hang on 1 second. 476, I've got the Addendum A.
This
the
refers to
project
the
and
addendum
deliverables of
A,
service
Chair.
provider, it's blank.
It's blank. So, Chair, what we found is that business part,
But under payment arrangements, it's not blank.
correct.
Well, in fairness to Mfundi, it is blank, I must point out.
Yeah.
Yes, you wanted to say something, Mr. Paul.
This is not uncommon, Mr. Chair. We found a number of service providers that were used where we cannot find any evidence that they've done work. And when we look at the
Agreements.
deliverables in the agreements, it's either blank or it's nebulous consulting services as
Yeah.
broad as can be,
Yes,
and we can't find the actual work that was done, Chair.
yes.
Chair, I need to withdraw the remark that I just made. The payment arrangements is not blank.
Yeah, no, it's not blank.
Mr. Powell, if I can take you back to that table on page 86.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairperson. Interestingly, what is blank also is rates, requirements, positions and rates, am I right?
That is correct.
Correct.
Chair, yes.
Okay.
If we go back to the table on 186, we're not going to be dealing with ACSOLV in your testimony, so I'd ask you to go to present perfect investments and tell the chair what you have learned about this entity.
Present perfect investments, Chair.
I'm sorry, is it page 186?
Bundle 1, page 86, Chair.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Powell. In fact, we're not going to deal with present perfect investments today either. So if you can go down to prime molecular technologies,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was about to point out to Mr. Jaskelson that both of us didn't have the reference to that one, so I'm glad he's moving on. Prime Molecular Technologies Africa Pty Limited, Chair, you'll find that the Indeed CIPC documents at 177 of the bundle.
Yes.
Chair, this report was also requested in July after the Commission approached us, and we ran this check. We identified that Prime Molecular Technologies Africa is reflected as in business. It was registered on the 13th of August 2009, and it reflects as an active director Patrick Makubu, with his ID number of 7408015527086.
Sorry, Mr. Powell, if I can just interrupt there. It's Makubedu, because I don't want us to be potentially confusing. I don't want a record which potentially confuses
Patrick Makubedu.
Mr. Makubo with Mr. Makubedu.
Oh, apologies. Did I say Makubo? This is Makubedu, Chair. So Patrick Makubedu is reflected as an active director, and Rhino Neil Barry is reflected as a resigned director. And if we turn the page to 178, we will see that Rhino Barry was appointed in 2009 on the 13th, and he appears to have resigned on the same date, Chair. 13 August 2009. So the active principal is Patrick Makubedu.
And then lastly, Mr. Powell, EOH Africa Pty Limited.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, for this one, I'm going to take Chair to 120 of the bundle.
Yes.
This report was also requested in July.
Mr. Powell, sorry, Mr. Powell, before we take the chair to the details in the bundle, if you can just briefly describe what EOH Africa is and what it used to be.
EOH Africa used to be TSS MS, Chair. There was a name change. So it trades as EOH Africa. Sorry, Mr. Chaskelson, I'm just going back to the bundle. So the former name of this entity was TSS Managed Services, and they are relevant to this, my evidence today, Chair, because they have also made payments to Mawani, and I will testify further about that at a later stage in my evidence.
Which name came first? Was it TSS or was it
This one is TSS Managed Services. So TSS MS, Chair.
Is that how it is known now?
No, it's known as EOH Africa
Or
now.
it used to be
It used to be
TSS?
TSS.
Yeah, okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
And it was acquired by EOH when it was TSS, the EOH group, when it was TSS Management Services.
That is correct.
Yes. So any payments that previously may be reflected somewhere as having come from TSS to whoever would be the same source as payments that may now reflect as coming from EOH Africa.
No, Chair.
No.
It might be another TSS entity.
Oh, okay.
So,
No,
so
that's
this one is most definitely previously TSS MS, now EOH Africa. So
Yes.
the reference to TSS on those deposits is odd.
Oh, okay.
If I can now ask you, Mr. Powell, to go to page 87 of the bundle, which is where in your first report you talk about the contract that you've discovered between Mawani Holdings and TSSMS.
That is correct, Chair. We were actually unable to find a contract between Mawani and EOH or any entity related to EOH, but what we did find is there was a Mawani contract which was in the form of an unsigned teaming agreement between TSSMS and Mawani Holdings Pty Limited. We don't know if this was ever signed. We've never seen a signed copy, and we have attached a copy of this. It has an effective date of 1 October
Can I just
2009.
ask you to identify it for the chair and go to page 184? 184.
Certainly. Mr. Chair, this is the teaming agreement I referred to, the unsigned teaming agreement. And you'll see that this reflects an agreement date of 1 October 2009 between TSS Managed Services Pty Limited with Mawani Holdings Pty Limited, referred to as Mawani. And if we just page through the document, you'll see that it is indeed unsigned, Mr. Chair.
Does it talk about deliverables?
If you might take the chair to page
Certainly.
189.
189, Chair, and 188 and 187 reflects that it's unsigned. And then if we go to 189, you'll see the services to be provided by Mawani are 1, business advisory, 2, business development, 3, advisory services, and 4, change management.
Yes.
There is a preamble to the contract that locates it within the context of a specific contract of TSSMS. If I can take you back to 184.
Correct. Under the recitals, Chair, it indicates that whereas TSSMS is providing VoIP, voice over IP, and VPN services for its client and has identified Mololwane as a supplier for the services described in Part 1 of Schedule A, attached here too.
So these business advisory, business development, advisory services and change management services, according to the contract, are going to be provided in the context where TSSMS is providing voice over IP and virtual private network services to the CCMA. Is that how you understand?
That is correct. Thank you, Chair.
Is there a definition of VoIP or VPN services, or if not, do you know what that refers to?
The VoIP is voice over IP, Chair.
What is it?
Voice over IP.
Okay.
And Chair, IP is Internet Protocol.
Oh,
So
yes,
it's,
sorry,
it's
thank
like
you.
telephony over the Internet.
Yes, okay. And VPN?
Mr. Justice,
VPN services?
A virtual private
virtual
network.
private networks.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you.
Then, if you go back to your report at page 87, you refer to a payment schedule, which you found. Can I take you to page, that reference is in paragraph 66.4. Maybe if you can just explain to the Chair the relevance of this payment schedule from TSSMS to Mololwane.
From the
Is that at page 87?
87, Chair,
87,
yes.
Chair.
I must apologize, Chair. Today's testimony is going to involve bouncing backwards and
Yes.
forwards from documents to reports to
No,
annexures.
that's fine, yeah. Okay.
Chair, if I can elaborate on what Mr. Jaskelson has said, we have literally run through millions and millions of emails and thousands of documents, and the bundles before you are more than 1,000 pages, but this is a small snippet of the volume of documents that we've analyzed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
And if you go to 6.4 on page 87, you describe this payment schedule.
Correct. It appears that the TSSMS client is the CCMA, and the schedule reflects what TSSMS would pay Mololwane Holdings for its services.
And CCMA, does it refer to the CCMA that we all know, or is it something else?
It's the CCMA that we all know, the Council
Oh,
for
okay.
Mediation, Chair.
Okay. Uh-huh.
It reflects CCMA billed 180,000, TSS fees 117,000 rand, Mololwane fees 63,000 rand, and that is for voice over IP, Chair. And then you'll see for the virtual networks, there's CCMA billed 220,000, TSS fees 150,000, Mololwane fees 70,000, and the monthly Mololwane fees are reflected as 133,000 rand. So it is quite a significant portion of that total bill. It's almost a third, roughly a third, Chair.
So there is a column for VoIP and a column for VPN services.
Correct, Chair.
And VOP is, CCMA was billed
180,000.
180,000. And then TSS fees, I assume, from that was 117,000.
That's what it looks like,
And
Chair.
then fees for Mololwane was 63,000, coming from the amount billed to the CCMA.
Correct, Chair.
And then under VPN services, it's 220,000 rand billed to the CCMA, and then TSS fees are 150,000 from that, and Mololwane fees 70,000.
Correct, Chair.
And monthly,
It reflects
Molelwane
as,
fees is 133,000.
yeah.
Now,
Chair, so the 70 and the 63 seem to total, and it seems to be a
yes,
monthly payment, Chair.
yes, yes.
And then the payment schedule goes on as follows. Once-off consulting, market positioning and advisory services, there's a fee stipulated here of 600,000. And then the monthly advisory services, 63,000. And it states that all of this will be honored subject to TSSMS achieving its revenue targets and payment from the customer.
So, it looks like, does it look like, well, certainly in terms of VPN services, it looks like the fees are split between TSS and Molelwane.
Correct, Chair.
And I don't know if the same applies to VoIP. I'm not sure.
It seems to be split as well, Chair.
Yes, okay, all right.
Now, at paragraph 7.1, you refer to an invoice that I'll take you to in a minute.
Yes.
And this was your first report to the Commission. You said we found to date only one Molelwane invoice.
Correct. Chair, I do need to change that because we were still looking, and when we made the first submission, it was to be in time for the Commission's request. We continued searching and we found an additional payment, which I will elaborate on shortly.
Of course, what you said was true at that time.
Correct, Chair.
Yes, but subsequently you found more.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I take you to page 398 of bundle 1?
Chair, this appears to be the Molelwane Holdings Pty Limited invoice, and it's addressed to TSS Managed Services Pty Limited. For attention, Mr. it says Mr. P. Makubedu.
Yes.
And it reflects.
Just 1 second, Mr.
Certainly.
Powell. Just to go back, there is Molelwane Holdings Pty Limited, and there is Molelwane Consulting. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Molelwane Consulting is a subsidiary of Molelwane Holdings Pty Limited or not?
It's reflected as a separate entity,
It's a
Chair.
separate and
Correct.
but it could be a separate entity, but still being a subsidiary. You are not sure.
We don't know.
But the directorship, is it the same? Do you know?
Correct. Yes, Chair. We went through the CIPC documents.
Yes.
And you'll remember on Holdings, Mr. Makuba resigned,
Yes.
if I recall correctly,
And then-
before 2011.
Yes.
But on the other one, he was still an active director until 2019.
On which one? On
The Molelwane
Consulting.
Consulting. Correct,
Yes.
Chair.
Okay, all right.
Chair.
And in regard to Molelwane Consulting, he was the sole director the last time you checked?
No, Chair. The CIPC records reflect that Florence Matlakala Makubo is now the sole director.
Yes.
The sole member, because it's a CC.
Yeah. Oh.
She was previously a member with Mr. Makubo,
Okay.
according to the CIPC, up until 2019.
Okay. And Florence Makubo was one name we...
Correct.
So did that name relate to Molelwane Holdings Pty Limited?
Correct, Chair.
And she remains the sole director?
Correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
And that's the lady with the ID number starting
Yes.
48.
Yes, or 47, I thought. it
Yes.
was. Yeah.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you. I just wanted to reorientate myself. So we are now dealing with, at page 398, with Molelwane Holdings Pty Limited. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Powell, can I take you to the date of that invoice?
Certainly. The date of the invoice, Chair, is 30 November 2014.
Now, on that date, would Mr. Makubo have been a director of Molelwane Holdings? Mawani Holdings, not Mawani Consulting.
So he had resigned earlier, but Chair, I think you need to keep your wits about you, because what we're going to analyze in the next couple of minutes is, even though the invoice reflects Mawani Holdings, the bank account actually belongs to Mawani Consulting.
Oh, but he had resigned from Mawani Holdings in 2011, if I recall correctly.
That's correct, Chair, but he was still a member of Mawani Consulting.
Consulting, yes.
Correct.
Yes. Would this be the convenient time, Mr. Chaskalson?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. We'll take the tea adjournment. It's now about 18 minutes past 11. We'll resume at 25 to 12. We adjourn.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, let's continue.
Mr. Powell, when we broke, you were looking at the invoice on page 398, and you had mentioned to the chair that the invoice is in the name of Mawani Holdings, but the bank details at the bottom are Mawani Consulting's bank details.
That is correct, Chair. So Chair, you correctly pointed out the date of resignation from Holdings was 2011, and the resignation date from Consulting for Jeff Makubo was much later, 2019, and this is an anomaly on the invoice because it purports to come from Holdings, but the bank account details belong to Consulting. And I understand further that the VAT details also belong to Consulting, Chair.
I guess, well, maybe with electronic transfers, there's no problem effecting a transfer of money from, say, TSS Management Services to Molelwane Consulting when the invoice doesn't come from Molelwane Consulting but comes from Molelwane Holdings. But I would have thought that in the old way of doing things, if there was a check written Molelwane Holdings Pty Limited, the bank wouldn't put that check into the account of Molelwane Consulting.
Indeed, Chair. Well, it would be much, in the age of checks, it would have been much more difficult to...
Yes. Okay, all right.
You mentioned the VAT registration number on this invoice.
Correct, Chair. The VAT registration number also belongs to Consulting, as I pointed out, Chair. Chair, if I may also just add, any finance official that was processing this invoice should have put up a break and said, stop, there's a problem with the invoice because it purports to come from the holdings company, but this is Consulting. They should have queried it, but it was processed.
That is now from TSS management side.
Correct.
Yes, but from the bank side, they would not be able to see anything like that.
You're quite correct,
Yes,
Chair. And I think one of the ingredients for the vast amount of fraud in the country is because the banks only look at the number and not necessarily the account holder. But many of the banks do offer service where you pay extra and you can validate the name of the beneficiary to the account number.
Yes, okay, all right.
There is another Molelwane invoice that you were able to find. That was the one that, the first one that you presented to the Commission together with this report. Can I take you to page 194?
Certainly, Chair.
But before we get to 194, sorry, one last point about this invoice. Can you just note the invoice number because we'll be comparing it when we see the next invoice?
Certainly, Chair. The invoice number on this invoice is 021, and I think it's important just to tie the date 30 November 2014 to the number.
I'm looking for the
It's
invoice number.
on the right-hand column under tax invoice, Chair.
Yes.
You'll see a little bubble.
Yeah,
It's in there.
I'm sorry, that's, we are at page 398, is that right?
Correct.
I see where it says tax invoice and...
Just below that,
Yeah,
right at the bottom in that block, Chair, it says invoice number 021.
oh yes, okay, thank you.
Chair, and then I've also directed, Chair, to the date.
Yes, that's 30
November
2014.
2014.
Yeah, okay.
And then if we can go to the second invoice you've been able to find on page 194.
That is correct, Chair. And
I think while numbers and dates are fresh in our mind, can you just direct the Chair to the date and number of this invoice?
certainly, Chair, the first thing to point out is the date is 30 April 2016, almost 2 years later. And if you look in the bubble below tax invoice, Chair, you'll see invoice number 22. So it seems to be a sequence, and that indicates no transactions between.
And any other comments about this invoice?
Chair, it's the same scenario as the prior invoice. The invoice emanates from Mawani Holdings Pty Limited. It's directed to TSS Managed Services Pty Limited. It talks about services rendered as per agreement, LAN and WAN services. The amount charged is 500,570 with that. And again, a similar characteristic to the last invoice, it's the bank account details are that of Mawani Consulting, and it's a First National Bank account, and it has the same anomaly that we recognized on the first invoice.
Do you know what LAN and WAN services are?
I think the abbreviation, Chair, is Local Area Network and Wide Area Network. I think that's what the abbreviation is. They're network-related services.
Chair, I can confirm that as well
Yes.
from my side. Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Justice.
Well, I see that the invoice doesn't reflect when these services were provided. I take it it was the same with the other invoice. They just provided what services were provided, but not
Yep.
exactly when.
There's no date, Chair.
Yes. Okay, all right.
We are going to come back to both invoices in due course, Chair, when we put them in a chronology of events relating to Johannesburg.
Okay.
Thank
You, in your report, you've dealt with these invoices at page 87, and then you go on to deal with payments to Mawani in paragraph 8 over the page, bundle 1, page 88. Again, my preference is to deal with the payments when we can see them in a chronology relating to tenders in the city of Joburg. But there is one set of payments that we won't be getting to in that chronology, and I'd like to just ask you to flag it here for the Chair. On page 89 of Bundle 1, you talk about steps that you've taken to track down historical payments with reference to the BEE reports furnished by EOH companies. And you refer to a 2012 schedule of triple BEE service providers and amounts paid to them. Can I take you to page 200 of the bundle? And what you state there is that that schedule reflects that Mawani was paid 1.35 million in the course of 2012. Can I ask, would that be calendar year 2012 or financial year 2012?
That appears to be the calendar year.
Okay. Can I then take you to page 200 of the bundle?
Certainly.
And can you describe, well, this is a page of a broader document that one sees going back from 200. Can you describe to the Chair what that document is?
This appears to be an EOH group triple B double E supplier list.
1 second. The document starts at page 198, is that right?
Correct.
But you want, Mr. Chaskalson wants us to look at page 200, eh?
So this seems to be a schedule of all the BE payments, BE suppliers. Chair.
In what year?
The 2012.
And can you just direct the Chair to where you see that?
Sorry, Sorry, Mr. Chaskelson, my copy is cut off.
Well, I see on the extreme right column, there is a reference to 2012, but there is also 2013 and 2011.
Yeah. I do see the 2012 reference.
Or could it be different years?
Yeah. There's reference to 2012 and 2013, Chair, in the far right column.
Maybe if I can take you to the start of the email string under which that document is
Yes.
furnished.
That will help.
And that's on page 195.
Correct. Chair, that does reflect that attached is what I found on the drive from 2012. So it does appear to apply to the 2012 year.
There would, of course, be an anomaly because there are some dates in 2013. But whether it's 2012 or 2013 is not going to be relevant for our purposes. I do want us to flag the entry for Mawani on page 200.
Correct. Chair, if I can direct you to, on page 195, the attachment is described as EOH Group BE 2012, PP Suppliers List, Certificates Final, 11 October 12. So I think that does help clarify the timing. And then, Chair,
Sorry, did you say page 195?
page 195,
Yes, at the bottom?
at the top where it reflects the subject, it refers to EOH Group BBE supplier list,
Oh, yes.
and then the attachment refers to EOH Group BE 2012 PP
Oh, yes.
suppliers list, and the
Yes.
document appears to be dated a final spreadsheet, 11 October 12.
Yeah, okay.
Can I clarify the anomaly, the anomaly that turns out not to be an anomaly in relation to the dates? And if you go to page 198, the date where we're seeing 2013 dates is explained by the heading to that column.
Oh, absolutely correct, Chair. Mr. Chaskelson has referred, Chair, to that top column on the right-hand side. It says certificate expiry date. Chair, I think that's what the confusion was. So the date seems to be 2012, and some of the certificates referred to in the schedule expire in 2013.
Yes, okay.
And then can you direct the chair on page 200 to the line dealing with payments to Mawani?
Chair, just below the middle of that page, you'll see on the left-hand side, it refers to solutions, and then 2 lines below solutions, there's a gap in the middle of the page. 2 lines below that, it refers to Mawani Consulting CC, 1,350,000, and then it refers to EME level 4, and it refers to, there's a reference on the right to TSS.
Yes.
Chair, it's a very long list. I'm not sure if you've picked up the Mawani entry.
I have, I don't know how many Molelwane there are, but I've picked up the one I think that he's talking about. The amount is 1,350, level 4, and not applicable, and then at the end, TSS. That reflects that TSS paid 1,350 million rand to Molelwane Consulting CC, is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Yes.
We're now almost ready to get to Johannesburg. In fact, we are ready to get to Johannesburg, but before we get to the 2 specific contracts.
Maybe just, I'm sorry, Mr. Chasman, just for the sake of completeness, is the date when that payment was effected reflected on page 200, or is the amount of 1,350 million the total of various payments over a certain period?
It appears to be various payments for the period, Chair.
Yes, okay, all right.
Chair, if you go, the column headings on page 198,
Yes, okay.
and that column is described as total spend for the measurement period.
Oh, yes, I see that. Thank you. Just that they made it black there. I think it would have been much better if it was the same as the actual page. Okay, okay, all right.
Chair, I think what makes the process difficult is we've been able to determine links, relationships, quantify payments from various sources, so it's not a simple matter of going straight to the accounting system, and this schedule just corroborates other information that we
Yes.
found. So it does make it difficult to piece together, Chair.
Yes, no, thank you.
If we move now to the city of Joburg, in your second report at page 376 of Bundle 1, you provide a table that gives an overview of the various contracts that EOH Group companies had with the city of Joburg.
That is correct, Chair. There are a number of contracts referred to on the table at paragraph 3 of page 376. And if I can run through them quickly, Chair. The first one was a tender referred to as COJ A387, and that was for ICT, LAN, and WAN services. The entity was TSSMS. The value of the award was 38.4 million rand. The date, the period was December 2010 to November 2012 and then extended.
Can I ask that you speak of the value of the award? Is that the appointment value or the total amount that was paid during the course of the contract?
This is the tender award value.
Indeed. And did you find cases where the amount ultimately paid exceeded the amount on award?
We did, Chair. There were a number of instances where the amount actually paid went beyond what was awarded. The other anomaly, which I think it's important just to understand, Chair, is that when we issued an interim report on what we had found, EOH published the interim report on their website, and they were very transparent in communicating that they had problems, and they went into great lengths, and I know Mr. Van Coller has testified, but the board were very, very anxious to undo all the wrongdoing, to make sure that they removed the perpetrators, that they were no longer employed at EOH, and that they were reported, prosecuted, and that the company fulfilled all of its reporting obligations. And when we issued that report, we found a multitude of tender abuses. So what transpired, and I think this is just useful context before we go into the different tenders, Chair, is that the guys would collude with the government officials at the departments to irregularly extend an existing tender. National Treasury puts limits on how far one can extend. So if the value of the tender goes up by more than 20%, the entity should re-tender. If the extension is for a completely different, separate project, it should re-tender. But it looks like the small group of people who worked in that public sector vertical team under Gian McKay managed to bypass tender on multiple occasions. So we've got multiple extensions of contracts which should have gone to tender. And then there's a swear word in procurement, Chair, and that swear word is sole sourcing, because very often entities will motivate why they're the only party that can provide the service, but the reality is all the competitors can provide a similar service, but without competition, the price can escalate exponentially. And those are the types of things that happened on the various tenders. And then the other types of things that happened is the EOH people would collude, that public sector vertical small group of people would collude with the officials, and they would get an inside track on tenders before they even advertised. So they would get advance notice, they would get more information than competitors, and they would be placed in an advantaged position. And when we go through the evidence, you'll see that these types of scenarios play out on multiple occasions. And then when things go wrong for this group of people, and it looks like they're not getting their way with the public entity, then they would use politically exposed persons to exert influence on the decision makers to make sure that it goes their way. So they would get advance notice of what is supposed to be confidential bid adjudication committees, and they would know that they're about to lose something, and they would then contact very well-known politically exposed persons, which I will refer to later in my evidence, Chair, and that person will then intervene, and suddenly the anomaly or the decision to go out to tender will be changed, or we find correspondence when, for example, City of Joburg advertised something for tender that they had promised to EOH. There's consternation with this group of people. But I'm just preempting to just give you some context for what is about to follow, Chair.
Well, you know, this concept of sole source seems to be abused quite a lot from the evidence that I have had over the past 2.5 years. And one of the questions I've asked is, if you believe that a particular entity is the only source that provides a certain product or a certain service, why is that justification for not inviting others who may or may not exist to tender? Because if that entity is the only one that provides that product or service, it will be the only one that will respond to the invitation. But if there are others, they will also respond if you are mistaken in thinking that that entity is the only one. So as a government entity, you suffer nothing by opening up the whole thing to open tender. Where there is no emergency, why don't you advertise for the whole world? And if there is only one entity that responds because it is the only one, that's fine. So I'm yet to get someone who will explain to me why the fact that you are a sole source for a certain product or service should justify not inviting whoever,
Yes,
just in case you are mistaken to think that's the only source.
correct, Chair.
So yeah, okay, all right. Mr. Chaskelson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Powell, are you finished with that table, or is there anything else you would like to highlight?
There are a number of other tenders, Chair, and it's useful just to get an understanding of the volume of tenders at the COJ that we are talking about. So the next one was COJ A387, and that was ICT security, and that was the EOH entity was Mtombo, and it was awarded for 26 million in December 2010 to 2012 and then extended. The next one was COJ A472 for SAP support. EOH entity was Mtombo, 250 million. This was also 2012 to February 2016 and then extended. And then the
I'm
next...
sorry, I think I didn't hear the page. I'm
Sorry,
still at
this
376.
is-
Page 376, Chair.
Oh,
376.
I'm there, so, okay, all right. Okay.
Chair, this is just a short table setting out all of the different tenders at the City of Johannesburg.
Yes.
So I just referred to COJ A472 for SAP support, Mtombo 250 million, 2012 to Feb 2016 and then extended. And then we don't have a tender number, but SAP software, Mtombo was awarded for 97 million in December 2015. And then COJ A639 for ICT outsource, we don't have an award. And then COJ A647, SAP upgrade, was awarded to Mtombo. The award value was 404 million, and the date was June 2016 to June 2019. There was a delayed start with this tender. Chair, we will elaborate on wrongdoing that happened around some of these particular dates and tenders.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. At this point, we're going to go into one very detailed chronology concerning procurement in Joburg in 2014. And for my starting point, I'd like you to go to page 761 of the bundle.
Thank you, Chair.
Can you describe that document to the Chair?
Certainly, this is a proposal for the upgrading of the City of Johannesburg network and infrastructure. It is dated 16 April 2014, and it was prepared for the City of Cape Town by EOH.
Sorry, you said City of Cape Town.
Sorry, City of Johannesburg. My home city, Chair, apologies.
Are you aware whether it was prepared in the context of a competitive bidding process or not?
Chair, we understand that this was an unsolicited proposal.
Then, if we can fast forward a little bit to 6 August 2014, the date on that previous document you pointed out was 16 April. And can I take you to page 606?
Certainly. Chair, this page 606 refers to an email from Jeff Makubo dated 6 August 2014, and it's sent to Patrick Makubedu, and it seems to forward prior emails. Dear Patrick, the ANC Greater Johannesburg requests urgent assistance with the relaunch of its youth league this weekend. Apologies for the late request, but it's an imperative from head office. Attached is the accommodation quotation.
Can I interrupt you at that point? Can I ask you to take the chair to page 605?
Certainly, Chair. 605, Chair, appears to be the conference quotation that is referred to in the request that I just read on email. And it comes from Randburg Towers, and it has a day conference package that is elaborated upon in the document, and the date of the document is 24 July 2014, and the amount is 582,100 rand.
Is that just for accommodation, or is it more than accommodation?
There's a whole range. It's conferencing, it's dinners, tower rooms, admin,
Yes.
decor, twin accommodation, single accommodation. So it seems to be a conference with accommodation and all of the necessary
Yes.
for the conference.
Yes.
Then if you go back, I maybe interrupted you too soon, I'm afraid, Mr. Powell, but if you can go back to 606 and take the chair through the rest of the email.
Maybe just for convenience, you can start, read it from the beginning again. The email at 606.
Certainly. So 6 August, this email was just forwarded by Patrick Makubedu to Renee Jonker. Renee Jonker was one of the divisional finance directors within the EOH group. And there's
I'm sorry, Mr. Powell.
Chair, I might be of assistance. If at the top of the page one sees the forwarding to Renee Jonker.
Yes. So the forwarding is from Patrick Makubedu to Renee Jonker, but the actual email, which is in the middle, is from Jeff Makubo to Patrick Makubetu. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
Oh, okay.
And-
So
and
I
there's
think, I think start with the email,
Yes,
and then once we know who it was from and
Yes.
who it was to, then we can go to who the addressee forwarded it to.
certainly, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
So this was forwarded to Renee Jonker in finance with no narration, just sent from an iPad.
But can I ask you,
Yes.
just to take the chair through the body of the email that
Yes,
was then
I-
forwarded to Ms.
Yes,
Jonker?
just read it,
Oh,
the
sorry.
email first, yeah.
Chair, but this
Who
is what I read earlier. So
Yeah,
the
no, I
email
wanted
comes
you
from...
to read it again.
Certainly, sorry, Chair. The email comes from Jeff Makubo. It's dated 6 August 2014 at 2:18, and it's sent to Patrick Makabedu 05@gmail.com. And the subject is just forward FW. Dear Patrick, and it reads, Chair, Dear Patrick, the ANC Greater League Johannesburg requests urgent assistance with the relaunch of its youth league this weekend. Apologies for the late request, but it's an imperative from head office. Attached is the accommodation quotation. Funds can be paid directly into the ANC or to the venue.
Regards, Jeff Makubo, ANC Regional Treasurer.
Correct.
Yes, okay.
Now, we've seen the accommodation details that he referred to. That's the Randburg Towers conference invoice. Can I ask you then to go back up to 602, because there's a long email string. It's
Certainly.
chronologically reversed, as it were. And can you tell the
Certainly.
chair what you see on page 602?
On 602, on 6 August 2014 at 9:47 p.m.,
So
Renee?
just to complete it's something you dealt with, but I like it in proper sequence.
certainly, Chair.
So Mr. Jeff Makubo sends an email to Mr. Patrick Makubetu
Correct.
requesting assistance for the launch of the Youth League for the ANC Greater Johannesburg. And when Mr. Makubetu receives it, he forwards it to Renee Jonker. Is that right?
Correct, Chair.
Okay, then continue then.
Then following the same sequence, if we can start towards the bottom
Correct.
of page 602, at the email that is sent at 3:50 p.m.
Certainly. This is from Jeff Makubo. And interesting, Chair, it's also jeffmakubo@gmail.com. Date 6 August 2014 to Patrick Makubedu 05@gmail.com. And he copies another Gmail address for Patrick Makubedu. Subject ANC Greater Johannesburg accounts. It starts with Haita. Here are the account details. Name ANC Greater Johannesburg.
I don't think we need to quote the ANC's
Yeah,
bank account
certainly.
details, but we get the general idea. Can you follow that stream? Can you take the chair through
Yeah.
what happens when that goes to Patrick Makubedu?
So Patrick receives this on 6 August 2014 at 9:46 p.m. He forwards to Renee Jonker, and the subject is forwarded ANC Greater Joburg accounts. Hi, please see below the ANC bank details. Regards, Patrick. The next email, Chair, is at the top of the page. Renee Jonker responds at 9:47 p.m. to Patrick Makubedu and says, thanks, we'll pay first thing in the morning. Regards, Renee Jonker, Financial Manager, TSS Managed Services, Pty Limited.
Can I then take you to page 607?
Certainly, Chair. Page 607 is what we refer to as a POP, P-O-P, Chair. It's the proof of payment. And if you look at the earlier invoice from the venue, you'll see the amount was 582,100 rand. and that's the value of the POP. So this is clearly the payment for the accommodation for the conference.
And that's not a small amount, that's just over R500,000.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes.
Can I ask you to take the chair to the beneficiary name?
Certainly, Chair, if you look at the document,
At page 607. That's the document we are looking at, isn't it?
Correct, Chair.
Yes.
batch description, ANC Greater Johannesburg, from account TSS Managed Services Pty Limited, and the description ANC Greater Johannesburg.
Thank you. In fact, when you read batch description, you omitted a detail there, which cross-refers to the invoice. I appreciate that your printed copy may not be as clear as my electronic copy. Chair, if I might read the detail.
Yes.
It says ANC Greater Johannesburg brackets Randburg Towers.
Correct.
And Chair, you'll recall that the invoice that was attached to Mr. Makubo's the quotation that was attached to Mr. Makubo's letter of 6 August came from Randburg Towers.
Okay.
And then one further detail, Chair, is the authorizer number 2 is Gian McKay.
Yes. Okay.
Can I then ask you to go to pages 609 and 610 and to take the chair chronologically through what you see there?
Certainly. This, Chair, is a letter from the African National Congress, Greater Johannesburg Region, Office of the Regional Treasurer. It's addressed to the Executive Director, EOH Matombo, and it's copied to Mr. Ibrahim Lahr, and it's dated 8 August 2014.
Can I just interrupt at that point? Who was the Executive Director of EOH Matombo at the time?
The Executive Director of EOH Matombo at the time was a gentleman by the name of Usher Bobat, B-O-H-B-A-T, Mr. Chair.
I think Mr. Bobot, in fairness to Mr. Bobot, I understand that he was the chief executive of the entire EOH group. I think EOH
Matombo was, Gian McKay.
It was Gian McKay, indeed. And
Apologies,
one
sir.
sees in the address, Dear Gian McKay, or Dear Mr. Gian McKay.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
I'm
just,
sorry. You said it's Mr. Ibrahim Lahr is copied just for the convenience of the transcribers. The surname there is L-A-H-E-R.
correct, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
And can you tell the chair who Mr. Laher is?
Mr. Lahr was the director of the SAP business of EOH.
Okay.
And then can you go back to the letter?
Certainly. This letter, the header is request for financial assistance. Dear Mr. Gian McKay, the ANC Greater Johannesburg, it's a busy season again with conferences and congresses coming in, which they require enormous resources to execute. We therefore humbly request donation to the ANC Greater Johannesburg towards these programs to be achievable. Your contribution will make a positive impact within our organization. The following, it's a breakdown of costs from this month to January 2015, after all is normal. And then it details August month, monthly administration expenses, stipends for employees, Ansel Regional Congress venue cost, Ansel Regional Congress transport cost, Ansel Regional Congress package T-shirt, caps, badges, bags, Women's Month celebration. Each of these has a number, and just to run through, it's 50,000, 140,000, 400,000, 100,000.
I'm sorry, Mr. Powell. I think read each item and its figure at the same time so that
Certainly,
one
Chair.
knows. Yeah.
Monthly admin expenses, 50,000. Stipends for employees, 140,000. Ansel Regional Conference venue cost, 400,000.
That's ANC Youth League.
Correct. ANC Youth League Regional Congress transport cost, 100,000. Ansel Regional Congress package T-shirts, caps, bags, 110,000 rand. Women's Month celebration, 100,000 rand. Total 900,000, but that's just for August, Chair. Then for September, we have a similar schedule, and September shows monthly admin expenses, 50,000, stipends for employees, 140,000, Ansel Regional Conference, 400,000, and then, apologies, Chair, the bottom line is cut off, but the last item I can see is 300,000. But we will be
Chair,
able to...
I don't know if you'd want me to read those items into the record.
You may read them because yeah, I think it might be quicker.
So it's, where the 300,000 is against MK Military Veterans Association Regional Congress. Underneath that, there's a Heritage Day celebration for 160,000, and the total for September is 1,050,000, million. Then if we go over leave, for
Certainly.
October, if you can pick up, Mr. Powell.
Certainly. So the monthly administration expenses are 50,000. Stipends for employees, 140,000. ANC Greater Johannesburg Regional Conference venue, 1 million. ANC Greater Johannesburg Regional Conference packages, 650,000. ANC Greater Johannesburg Regional Conference transport, 200,000. ANC Greater Johannesburg Regional Conference printing, documents, branding and decor, 800,000. BGMS ancillary costs for branch, it looks like corporations, 370,000, totaling 3,210,000, Chair. If I may continue, November.
Yes.
The monthly administration expenses are stipulated as 50,000, stipends for employees 140,000, total 190,000 rand. December, monthly administration expenses 50,000 rand, stipends for employees 280,000 rand. Staff getaway 150,000 rand, total 340,000 rand. And then January, monthly admin expenses, 50,000 rand, stipends for employees, 140,000 rand, ANC January 08 anniversary national event, transport, accommodation and refreshments, 250,000 rand, total 490,000 rand. Grand total is 6,180,000 rand. And then what follows are the ANC banking accounts. And following the bank account details, there's a note from Jeff Makubo. Your support is highly appreciated. It closes with this comment from Jeff Makubo. Your support is highly appreciated, and we thank you in advance for your commitment and contribution towards strengthening our democracy. Yours in democracy, Jeff Makubo.
Can I then take you to the following page 611?
1 second, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Powell, I don't know whether you had a chance of adding up all these amounts to see.
Yes, Chair, that grand total is just over 6 million,
Oh, there it is, yes.
6,180,000.
Okay, they provided, yeah, okay.
Yeah. The next page, page 611, Chair, is
Yes.
an email from Patrick Makabedu dated 20 August 2014, sent to Jeff Makubo at a Gmail address, and it's forwarded with the subject header, Proof of Payment, SCC, Proof of Payment, Sandton Convention Center. And if you turn to the ensuing page 612, Chair, the email attaches this document, which is a Nedbank payment confirmation. And if you look at that doc, we also refer to this as a POP, Chair. It's a proof of payment. And it comes from account details, Prime Molecular check account, And then it has the reference, both statements have the reference SCC 14872, and that seems to be the abbreviation for Sandton Convention Centre, to account number, and it refers to the account number and an amount, sorry, Chair, I think this was a different proof of payment. Apologies.
Oh, okay.
No, it's the right proof of payment.
Okay. Amount 20,527 rand and 30 cents.
For the Sandton Convention
Sandton
Centre.
Convention Centre, correct.
Can you refresh the Chair's memory as to who Prime Molecular are?
Prime Molecular, if I remember correctly, Chair, was one of Patrick Makubedu's entities.
That's correct. And their details, Chair, are to be found in that table at page 86.
Thank you.
Correct.
If we then go over the page to 613,
Certainly, Chair.
and what we see at 613 is an email string that runs to 615. Can you take the Chair through what one sees on pages 613 to 615?
Do you want me to start at the top and work down, Mr. Jaskelson? Or do you want me to refer to the document that is forwarded? I think the email forwarded.
I think this is a case where it doesn't matter. Either way
Okay.
works.
Chair, the top of the page refers to
That is 613?
613.
Yeah.
It is forwarded by Patrick Makubedu on 22 August 2014 at 3:06 p.m. to Jeff Makubo at Gmail. And the forward narration is payment confirmation 1165. And there's an attachment, payment confirmation PDF. And it's forwarded with no narration. The item that was forwarded appears to be an email that was resent. It has the header just below, resent from Patrick M at tssms.co.za from Standard Bank, IB support at Standard Bank, dated 22 August 2014 at 3 p.m. to Patrick Makubedu. It's the payment confirmation from Standard Bank.
Yes.
Dear Patrick, a payment has been made to your account. To view the details of the payment, please open the attached PDF. And then it's just the admin around that from the bank. And then if we can turn the page, Chair, to page 615.
Just 1 second. I just note I don't know whether it's the informal nature of the salutation. Dear Patrick, it's a bank writing to him. Maybe it's a
Yeah.
client that has close relationship with whoever is writing from Standard Bank. Or maybe this is usual.
It may just be
I would have expected dear Mr. Makubedu, but maybe that's old-fashioned.
correct, Chair.
Yes.
It might just be an electronic payment confirmation with a polite greeting. We don't know.
I think the customer's able to set how he or she gets greeted in these electronic
yes,
confirmations.
okay, all right, yes. Thank you. Then you said I should go to page?
615, Chair.
Yes.
And this one is from Standard Bank, and it also starts with Dear Patrick, Chair. We confirm that the following payment has been made into your account from Fundi 1. And then it has a reference number 74117263, beneficiary name ANC, bank name First National Bank. It has the beneficiary account number, beneficiary branch number, beneficiary reference is Patrick Makubedu, and the amount is 70,000 Rand. And payment date and time is 22 August 2014. And there's a further comment. If you need more information or have any questions about this payment, please contact Mfundi 1, and there's a cell number, Chair.
And you refer to Mfundi. Can you remind the Chair who Mfundi are?
Yes, that Mfundi was the entity with, I highlighted Reno Neil Barry as the key protagonist, Chair.
Then if I can ask you to go to page 337. And maybe start at 336.
Certainly, Chair. At page 336, we have an email from Reno Barry sent on 10 September 2014, 9:30 to Patrick
And
Mike.
can you just refresh the Chair's memory as to who Reno Barry is?
Yes, certainly, Chair. Reno Barry is the principal of that entity called Fundi Mobile. The email is from Reno to Patrick Makabedu. The date is 10 September 2014. Time is 9:30 p.m. It's a management report. Subject management report, Mfundi Mobile Solutions. Mfundi management report, Excel is attached. There's a spreadsheet dated 10 September 2014. Hi, Patrick, is the narration, Chair. Please find attached the management report for Mfundi as at 10 September 2014.
Then if you go over the page at 337, can you identify this document for the Chair?
Certainly. Chair, this appears to be management accounts for Mfundi, and
Well, can I be more specific than that? There was an Excel spreadsheet attached
Yes.
to the previous email. Is this that spreadsheet?
yeah, correct. So this is the annexure referred to, management report 10 September 2014, Chair.
Now, if one goes to the top left, there will be a description of income coming into Mfundi. Can you explain to the Chair what you see there?
Certainly, there's a reflection of monthly EOH invoice, Chair, and there's amounts in the columns on the right of that, 406,000 repeated for October, November, December, January, February. And there's a total of 2 million rand.
The figures on this page are not as clear
Sorry,
as one would have liked them to be. Let's just start afresh. Go back to the first figure you mentioned and let me
Yep.
try and identify it.
Chair, the top figure on the left under October 2013, October 13, it reflects 406,000, and it's the narration. My page is slightly cut off, Chair,
Yes, yeah.
but it reflects the 406,000, and that number is repeated for October, November, December, January, February, and the total reflected is 2,030,000.
Now, there are in fact three totals going across, three
Correct.
total columns. The one at the end of February 2014, I presume that's because Mfundi has a financial year that ends in February. Would that be a fair assumption?
That appears to be the case, Chair.
Then there's a second total, which is second from the right, which totals everything after February, and then there's a main total that
Correct.
totals both of them. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
correct.
Can you, I don't know if your copy is legible. Chair, we may apologize for the quality of these documents. We may need to have better quality documents produced. But on your copies of the document, is the description in the first column legible, which describes what this revenue relates to?
It's slightly cut off, Chair, but I can make out
Well,
sales.
Chair, at the risk of assuming the witness's role, I have a clear electronic copy. Can I
Yes, maybe
read
you
those?
can- Yeah, you can read it.
The first line item says sales, monthly EOH invoice. The second line item says sales, EOH special invoice. Can you comment to the Chair on what this reflects?
Certainly, Chair, the special invoice, if you run across to the right, you'll see the figure under June 14 of 1.2 million. And if you take that across, it gets put into the total, and you see the 1.2 again, and then it goes into the main total on the right.
Before we proceed, Mr. Chairperson, you referred earlier on to there being 3 total amounts on this page. I can see 2, but I couldn't see the one which you said was for February 2014. I didn't see anything written total, whereas the other 2, you've got total and you've got main total. So I don't know if I'm missing anything.
Chair, the copy may well, your copy may well be may well be illegible, but after February 14, after that column,
Yes, now,
there's
now
a total
I see
column.
it. Now I see it, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Now, so we've dealt with the revenue that comes into Fundi from sales on monthly EOH invoice and EOH special invoice. Underneath that, we see a whole list of line items that are described as costs of sales. I'd like to take you first to the first line item, which says cost of sales P Makubedu.
Correct, Chair. The first line item is cost of sales P Makubedu, and it has a figure of 1,140,000.
No, I think you
Sorry, I'm one
slipped a
down.
line.
1.2 million. Apologies, Chair. It's just the copy is not that great.
That's under August 2014, is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, okay.
And it continues into the total and then into the main total, that same figure, Chair. So, and that number coincides with the special invoice number, which was also 1.2 million. Just above that, Chair.
I just want to refresh my memory. This reflects payments from Fundi Mobile networks to the people mentioned here.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay, all right.
That's correct.
Below the break, Chair, the first 2 line items are payments into Mfundi, then there's a gap, and then there are costs of sales, which are payments made by Mfundi.
Or the first 2, that is sales. Those 2 sales, that's payment to Mfundi.
Indeed, Chair.
And then the balance would be payments from Mfundi or by Mfundi.
Indeed,
Various persons
and all of the payments to Mfundi are described in relation to either EOH invoice, monthly EOH invoice, or EOH special invoice.
Okay, no, thank you.
We've dealt with the first line item. Before we were looking at the spreadsheet, we were dealing with a payment made by Mfundi to the ANC in August 2014, on the 22nd of August 2014. Can I take you down the list of the cost of sales to 6 from the last cost of sale? And can you see what the Chair, can you tell the Chair what you see there?
Certainly, Chair. I see a payment reflected under August 14 of 70,000.
And the line item description in relation to it?
ANC.
Can you read the full line item description? Because I think it's important.
Cost of sales, ANC.
So the payment by Mfundi to ANC is treated as a cost of sales by Mfundi.
That is correct, Chair.
Indeed. Then I want to take you to the next cost of sale to Mfundi. Can you
Certainly.
identify that for the Chair?
The next narration is cost of sales, Mawani Consulting, 80,000. And then that
That's
is
the
also
one just immediately below the one you've just read of cost of sales ANC.
correct, Chair. And that appears in the August 14 column, and that is taken through to the total and the main total column as well.
And can you just remind the Chair who are the members of Mawani Consulting?
Certainly, that is Florence Makubedu, and Jeff Makubo was a member active until 2019.
But at the time of these payments, Mr. Makubu was still a member of Molelwane Consulting CC, is that right?
Correct. Sorry, Chair. The consulting was, the holdings was Florence. Mr. Makubu was still part of...
If I might correct you, Florence Makubo was in consulting.
Yes.
With Jeff Makubo.
Correct.
And as reflected on CIPC until
Yes.
2011, until 2019.
Oh, okay. In Molelwane Consulting, for a certain period, the members were Mr. Jeff Makubo and Florence Makubo, is that right?
Yes, both Makubos.
Both Makubos. But at some stage in 2019,
Correct.
Mr. Jeff Makubo resigned from Molelwane Consulting.
That is correct, Chair.
But in 2014, which we are dealing with, they were both still members of the CC.
That is correct.
Okay. Am I right to say Molelwane Consulting was a CC?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Chair, I do want to put it on record because Mr. Makubo hasn't testified yet, but Mr. Makubo's own version is that he had attempted to resign in 2011, but his resignation wasn't processed.
Not processed.
Was not processed.
Yes.
We'll canvass that with him when he
Yes.
comes to testify, but
Yes.
he's publicly stated that he withdrew from both Model Wanis in
Yes.
2011.
Yes. Okay.
Just to round the loop and get a specific date for that 80,000 payment to Molelwane Consulting, can I ask, Chair, can I ask you and Mr. Powell to go to Flow of Funds Volume 3, page 612,
Is that the bundle?
the bundle 3, bundle 3.
Okay.
And Chair, that page 612 is the only page I'm going to be referring to from the bundle, so you just need the page, not the whole bundle for now.
Okay. You might just take the page out and then you can put it back. Yes, thank you.
Sorry. What is the page reference?
612.
Thanks. I have it before me, Mr. Chair.
And there, can I ask you to look at the very first, this, Chair, is a bank statement for Molelwane Consulting CC that the Commission has obtained from First National Bank. Can I ask you to go to the very first entry on 612?
Certainly. Chair, it is dated 22 August. It's a MagTab credit. Description, Patrick Makabedu, and the amount is 80,000 rand.
Do we know which year, 22 August, which year? Do we know?
On the previous, I apologize, Chair, I should have given you 611
Yeah.
Yes.
with it. It's the bank statement from 16 August 2014 to 17 September 2014.
Okay, all right.
Correct, Chair.
Okay. Yes, okay.
While we're looking at the statement, can I ask you to go down to 1 September?
Certainly. On 1 September, there's another MagTape credit, Chair, and it's description as Patrick Makabedu, 100,000 rand.
That first one of 22 August, you did mention the amount there, 80,000 rand?
80,000, yes, Chair.
Okay.
And we've just been looking at the Fundi management accounts. Can you draw a connection for me there?
Correct, Chair. The 80,000 was reflected as a cost of sales.
Indeed, from Mfundi to EOH in respect of August 2014. If we go back to bundle 1, we're now going forward to 27 August. And can I ask you to go to page 760?
Certainly.
Can you describe to the Chair what you see there?
Yes. This is an email from Patrick Makabedu sent on Wednesday, August 2017, 2014, Chair, to Jeff Makuba at gmail.com. And he copied himself with another Gmail address, patrickmakabedu05@gmail.com. And it attaches EOH COJ Networking Solutions version 3 doc, and it's forwarded with the narration EOH COJ Networking Solution version 3.
Can you go to the next page? It's a document we started off this chronology with. Can you describe it to the Chair?
Correct. It's the proposal for the upgrading of the City of Johannesburg network and security infrastructure. Chair, and the date of this is prepared for City of Johannesburg, and the date is 2014-04-16, the 16th of April.
So you earlier referred to this document as an unsolicited proposal that was sent to the City in April, on 16 April 2014. Can we just go back to that previous email so that we are clear on the date on which it's now forwarded from Mr. Makubedu to Mr. Makubo?
Certainly, the date of this is 27 August 2014.
I don't need to take you through the entire document, but can I ask you to go to page 776 where the price attached to this proposal appears?
Certainly.
What's the page number?
776, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, at page 776, there's a table, solution pricing and assumptions, and the total price, it goes into the different components. The total price is 106,185,395,000 rand and 36 cents.
I think you may have had 2 millions.
106,
106,185,395.36.
Yes.
395.36. Yeah.
Oh, 395. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, yeah.
Correct.
Then, Mr. Powell, can we move forward to the 29th of August, and can I ask you to go to page 778?
Certainly.
That total that you have just read, Mr. Powell, is that the total given of the quotation for the job that they wanted to do?
This is the proposal total, Chair.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yes, page 778, is that right?
This is an email from Patrick Makabedu, and it's dated Friday, 29 August 2014, to Jeff Makube, sorry, to Jeff Makuba. And the subject is just the 205191721 PDF, and that's also the name of the attachment. And if you turn the page, it's TSS Managed Services.
Chair, I just want to check that you have page 778.1.
Yes, I do.
If you can just describe to the chair what you see there.
This is a tax invoice made out to the City of Johannesburg. Project name, COJ Network and Security Upgrade. And there's a project number in it, the customer number, order number, etc. And it refers to customer reference A387. Description, upgrading of network and security infrastructure. And the total is the total we just looked at previously, the exact amount of the proposal, 106,185,395 Rand and 36 cents, Chair.
Just hang on 1 second. The proposal was dated what?
16 April, Chair.
Or 16, and this is the invoice dated 26 June. Is that right? 2014?
Correct.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, okay, all right.
So there is an invoice for the full amount of the proposal. The customer reference number is A387. Can I take you back to that table you were going through with the chair on page 336?
Certainly.
Just to make sure I understand, since the total appearing on this invoice is the same, as I understand it, as the total of the quotation or of the proposal.
Correct, Chair.
This suggests that the work would have been completed, because one would expect that you put in your invoice after you have done the work.
Correct, Chair.
Would that be your expectation
That
as well?
would be the expectation, Chair. I'm not
Yes.
sure that's the reality.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure I'm following. Yes, okay. Mr. Chaskelson, I think I interrupted you.
First, the reference number, the customer reference was A387. That refers to a contract which you describe in your table at page 376.
Page 376.
That's correct, Chair. It's in fact the first item on that table.
Yes, okay.
So what was the contract with reference number A387?
A387 was an ICT LAN and WAN project, and the entity was TSSMS, and the value was 38.4 million.
That was the award value.
Yeah. And there's also the same, there's also a COJ A387 for ICT security, Mtombo, and that value was 26 million, also 2010 to 2012, and then extended.
So both of the relevant contracts ought to have expired in 2012.
That is correct, Chair.
Can I then take you...
Hang on 1 second. So if you look at the reference of A387, the first item on your table at page 376, that would be a contract that expired in 2012 or
That is
thereabout.
correct. Yeah.
But the invoice that we looked at 2-3 minutes ago, which had the same reference, namely A387, was in June 2014.
14. Correct, Chair.
and it purported to be an invoice for, or connected or arising from work connected with the proposal made in April 2014.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Then, Mr. Powell, can we go forward to 1 September and page 779?
Certainly. At page 779, Chair, this is an email from Patrick Makubedu to Reno Barry, sent on 1 September 2014, and the narration is, "Hi, please pay 100,000 into the Mawani Consulting from Fundi and make immediate clearance. Thanks, Patrick."
Can we then go back to our bank statement for Mawani in August, September 2014, which is at page 612?
Certainly.
Volume 3, bundle 3, page 612.
The page that you'd like us to go to is in another bundle?
It's that one page that I referred you to
okay.
earlier, Chair.
Okay, and what was the page number?
612, sorry.
Okay, all right. Yes, I've got it.
And Chair, you'll recall that we had identified the 80,000 payment to Mawani on 22 August and also that 100,000 payment on 1 September.
Yes.
Both with references Patrick Makubedu. You've just quoted the email that required immediate clearance. Can you point the Chair to what the balance of Mawani was before the 100,000 was paid in?
Certainly, Chair. It looks like that account was almost empty. The balance was 597 Rand and 45 cents when the 100,000 came in, and that pushed it to 100,000, just under 600 Rand. So the account was almost depleted.
And while we on this issue, can you do the same exercise for the payment on the 22nd of August of 80,000 rands?
Certainly, Chair. When the 80,000 came in, the balance was also 600 Rand. In that case, it was 621 and 45 cents. So 600 Rand, the account was virtually depleted when it got the 80,000 Rand credit. Mr. Chaskelson, can I put away this bundle? Is that the last?
Yes, we're not going to come back to volume 3, certainly not before lunch.
Yes.
Chair, I was hoping that we might be able to complete the 2014 chronology, but there is little prospect that we will do that before lunch. So if this is a convenient time to take the adjournment,
Okay.
I'd ask that we do so.
Yes. Okay, we'll take the lunch adjournment now, and then we'll resume at 2.
Thank you, Chair.
All right.
Matthew, I don't think we've had witnesses with this. December 2014, and there were a number of attachments. Donation letter ANC, EOH Managed Services, donation 1 2014 doc, donation letter ANC, EOH Managed Services, donation doc, donation letter ANC, TSS Managed Services, fundraising gala 2014. And the narration is, "Hi, attached are the letters for your signature. Your help will be highly appreciated. Regards, Patrick Makubedu," and his cell number.
And then can you take the chair to the attachments themselves?
The following page on 617 has a series, it follows, Chair, there are a number of documents attached, and this is addressed to Patrick Makubedu at EOH Managed Services, Pty Limited, and it's dated 19 June 2014. Dear Sir, Ray donation acceptance, and the narration is, on behalf of the African National Congress, we would like to acknowledge and thank EOH Managed Services, Pty Limited, for the donation of 2 million on 13 December 2013. We confirm that the funds were utilized for development and education programs, and 100% of the funds was utilized for black beneficiaries. Yours sincerely, and then it's a blank space for it to be signed with the name, designation, company, institution.
So can I just clarify here? We have Patrick Makubedu sending unsigned letters to Jeff Makubo for him or somebody else in the ANC to sign to confirm donations. That's correct?
That's exactly what it is, Chair.
And can you just emphasize the amount of the donation in that first unsigned letter, or recorded in the first unsigned letter?
Certainly, Chair. The first one is 2 million rand. And again,
Do you have any understanding whether the 2 million rand is a payment made on the 13th of December as reflected, or whether it's 2 million rand is a total of a number of payments made over a certain period of time?
Chair, I think what the email suggests is that there were 3 different EOH entities, and this 2 million was the amount that came from EOH Managed Services, Pty Limited. If we turn the page to the next document, Chair, at 618, you will see it's a similar letter authored, sent to Patrick Makubedu. It's a draft for Patrick Makubedu that he has emailed to Jeff Makuba, asking him to sign, and this one refers to, on behalf of the African National Congress, we would like to acknowledge and thank EOH Managed Services, Pty Limited, for the donation of 3 million rand on 16 April 2014, and it's got a similar confirmation on the use of the funds.
Can I just stop you there? Do you recall what else happened on 16 April 2014?
I think we referred earlier to that event, that there was a request.
Well, wasn't it the unsolicited proposal?
Oh, sorry, you're
That's
right,
correct, yes, that
absolutely.
is correct.
The
Yes.
unsolicited proposal was dated exactly this, Chair.
Yes.
That is correct.
And the last letter?
Thank you, Chair. The last letter is a similar letter. This one is again sent for attention by Patrick Makubedu, for his own attention. TSS Managed Services, and this one says, on behalf of the African National Congress, we would like to acknowledge and thank TSS Managed Services, Pty Limited, for the donation of 151,000 on 11 November 2013.
Then can I ask you to go down to 626?
Did you say 626?
That's correct, Chair.
626, okay.
This is a letter from Patrick Makubedu to Renee Jonker, Renee Jonker was a financial manager at TSS at the time. You will recall, Chair, we referred to her earlier, and it's dated 11 September 2014, and it's forwarded with attachments, and the narration is, please receive the ANC letters as promised.
And can you then take the chair to the attachments which follow on
Certainly.
page 627 to 629?
627 to 629 is the very same draft letters that were sent by Patrick Makubedu to Mr. Makubo. They are now placed on an ANC letterhead, Chair, for the African National Congress, Greater Johannesburg Region, Office of the National Treasurer.
Regional Treasurer.
Regional Treasurer. And its attention, Mr. Patrick Makubedu, EOH Managed Services, dated 19 June 2014, and it's exactly the letter that was sent by Makubedu to Jeff Makubo, and it's signed by Jeff Makubo with his title as Regional Treasurer and his cell number below. And then a similar letter is attached at 628, and this is again on the African National Congress, Greater Johannesburg Region, Office of the Regional Treasurer letterhead, and it's addressed to Mr. Makubedu, dated 19 June 2014. And this one is to thank EOH Managed Services Pty for the donation of Pty Limited for the donation of 3 million on 16 April 2014, with a similar narration on utilization of the funds. And then the last one is the third in the series that was originally emailed by Makubedu to Mr. Makubo. And this one is again on the African National Congress letterhead as stated before, dated 19 June. Dear Mr. Makubedu, donation acceptance, Ray donation acceptance. And this is to acknowledge and thank EOH Managed Services, Pty Limited, for the donation of 2 million on 13 December 2013. Thank you, Chair.
The date on that email was 11 September. Can I now take you to a document at page 782?
Chair, the document at page 782 is what appears to be a purchase order from the City of Johannesburg and it is addressed to TSS Managed Services Pty Limited, and the reference is to, it comes from Supply Chain Management at City of Cape Town. It's a framework order.
Mr. Powell, we're going to have to get you used to being in Johannesburg.
Did I say Cape Town? I'm so
You did.
sorry.
He likes Cape Town too much.
Mr. Chair, I have sorted out a lot of drama at the City of Cape Town too.
Yeah, it comes from the city of Johannesburg.
Certainly. So the terms of payment, COJ pay immediately without deduction, and it refers to the item and the material, active unit, and then there's a series of numbers. It refers to ICT infrastructure network, WAN/LAN, and the amount is 96,260,770 rand and 63 cents. And the total figure with VAT comes to 109,737,278 and 52 cents. And it's signed by the buyer at the City of Johannesburg.
Can I then take you to page 339, which is a document 3 days later, 15 September.
Before we get there, and maybe the document you are referring us to, Mr. Chaskalson, will enlighten me. This figure, is it connected in any way with a proposal or something else that we have dealt with before, or not really?
Mr. Powell, can you answer that question?
Mr. Paul, But if you can't remember, it's fine. I just thought the figure seems...
It seems similar
seems
to...
a figure I've seen before.
It seems similar to the unsolicited proposal figure.
Yes. Yes.
Correct, Chair.
Chair, to be precise there, the unsolicited proposal with that was 106 million. This is 109 million,
This
so
is
they're not
109, So it
identical.
might not be, yeah, okay.
That's why I said it seems similar, Chair, because it is very close to that number, but it's not the
Yes.
exact number.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Jaskelson, which page did you...
339.
339. Mr. Chair, this document at 339 is a Nedbank payment confirmation, and it is dated 15 September 2014, and it is from account details Prime Molecular Check account, and then the statement on that account is, the narration or the description is Mawani Consulting, beneficiary statement description P. Makubedu, and it goes to an account number of Mawani, and that number is reflected on the document in the amount of 70,000 rand, and payment date is reflected as 15 September 2014.
And just once again, because I don't keep track of all of these entities, Prime Molecular is which entity?
That is the entity which reflects Patrick Makubedu as the principal chair.
Can I then take you to another document dated 15 September? It appears at page 783.
Mr. Chair, it would be nice to be as proficient as Mr. Jaskelson, having it all electronically. It's you and I have to page through the binders.
Yes.
Chair, this is an email from Patrick Makubedu sent to Jeff Makubo on 15 September 2014, and the subject is COJ Upgrade Award DocX. Attachment COJ Upgrade Award Doc, and then it's got a ATT 00001 reference, and attached to that on the very next page is a draft letter coming from Mr. Makubedu, and it's addressed, this draft is addressed to TSS Managed Services. So what we must remember is Makubedu is sending this to Makubo
To say, do a
here
letter, sign a letter along these lines on your letterheads.
correct, Chair.
Okay.
And that's why this whole thing is very, very irregular. And it's dated 22 May 2014.
Sorry, can I just clarify? The attachment is dated 22 May
Correct.
2014. The email was sent.
The email was sent on the September 15th, 2014, Chair. So the email is September, it's backdating the award, Chair.
And maybe you can read that,
Yes.
that email, that attachment.
Certainly. So this goes to TSS Managed Services. Attention, Mr. P. Makubedu, 22 May 2014. Dear Mr. Makubedu, upgrading of the City of Johannesburg network and security infrastructure. We refer to your proposal dated 16 March 2014, submitted in response to the above-mentioned RFP. We have pleasure in advising you that after careful consideration of the proposals received and the evaluation thereof, your proposal has been successful, and you have been nominated as the preferred supplier for the upgrading of the City of Johannesburg network and security infrastructure. Your participation in this tender process is highly appreciated. Yours faithfully, and it leaves a space for the signatory to sign. Chair, you will recall this was an unsolicited bid. There was no tender, and it refers to an RFP at the top line. An RFP is a request for proposal. There was no request for proposal, and there certainly wasn't a tender. Chair, and I think it's just bizarre that Makubedu should be sending this to Mr. Makubo for him to sign and send back to himself.
Now, the other letters that you referred to a few minutes ago, there were 3 of them, I think.
Correct.
Which Mr. Makubedu sent to Mr. Makubu, were sent to Mr. Makubu in his capacity as Johannesburg or regional treasurer.
Correct.
Of the ANC in Johannesburg to sign on the letterheads of the ANC. This appears to be different. It can't be meant for him to sign in that capacity.
Correct, Chair. This looks like this is for him to sign in his capacity as at the City of Johannesburg.
Yes, so the contemplation is that whoever must sign the letter appearing at page 784 would be either Mr. Makubu, if he was part of the City of Johannesburg at that time, or some official in the City of Johannesburg. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, Chair. You've summed it up perfectly.
Yes. Okay, all right.
Mr. Powell, are you aware what position within the city Mr. Makubo occupied in 2014?
He was previously a councillor, and then he was MMC for finance at the City of Johannesburg, Chair. And I think that he held the latter position in 2014.
That is how I understand his statement to the Commission, Chair.
I think you said MEC, but I guess...
MMC.
Yeah, MMC.
Correct, Chair.
Now, so ineffectively, Mr. Makubedu works on the basis that the City of Johannesburg is going to, must write a letter to him saying, in effect, you are the preferred bidder or whatever in regard to this tender. And, but he prepares the letter, and it must be signed by somebody within the City of Johannesburg addressed to him.
Correct.
That is in May 20, well, he may have backdated it, it may be September 2014. This is after a series of payments that he seems to have been involved in.
Correct.
And donating to the ANC and so on, and having those dealings with Mr. Makubo, is that right?
That is correct, Chair, and that's why the dates and the timing is so important. Chair, I do a lot of support to companies on anti-corruption compliance, and we advise our clients that during any bid adjudication, and even if it's an unsolicited bid, you shouldn't be making any donations, you shouldn't provide anything of value. But what we've seen is almost a pattern of regular solicitation of donations coupled to the awards of these tenders. It's almost as if the tenders are being granted in exchange for financial benefit to the party.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Chaskelson?
Chair, and if I may just add, and to the individual, because as Mr. Chaskelson has taken us through, you also see simultaneous injections into personal bank accounts of Mr. Makubo at the same time.
Yes.
Chair, I'd just like to clarify, it's not personal bank accounts of Mr. Makubo.
Sorry,
it's Mawani Consulting.
Consulting, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Can I ask you then to go to page 785, and if you can describe the email that you see there. There is it starts with something that's forwarded from Patrick Makobedu to himself. We don't need to
Yes,
concern ourselves with that, but the forwarded email that trails below, can
correct.
you describe to the chair what you see there and how you understand it?
Chair, this is an email from Ibrahim La, and I mentioned Ibrahim Laher was the head of the SAP division at EOH, and it's sent to Patrick Makubedu, dated 18 September 2014. It copies various other employees, Ashley de Klerk, Curtin Seater, Stephen Nurcombe-Thorne at EOH, and the subject header is forward with EOH confidential COJ. And the narration at the start of the email is, "Hi Patrick, in preparation for your meeting now with Jeff, please see below for confirmation on the work being done by SAP. Our qualms are these services were part of A472 that was awarded to us. No formal tender process was done by the COJ to award these projects to SAP. Who signed these projects off in the city? Trevor, as indicated to Ashley, did not know about this. The Trevor referred to was a Mr. Trevor Fowler, who was a senior employee at the city at the time. And it goes on to say, SAP have now been there for about a year. Where is this billing, etc., happening?"
So can you translate this email for the chair? What is actually being asked of Patrick here?
So what it appears to be, Chair, is that SAP, the OEM, can provide services directly. They don't have to go through a reseller like EOH. And EOH were becoming uncomfortable because it looks like SAP were encroaching on their territory. And it appears that that's what they wanted to discuss with Jeff to try and influence, to try stop this happening. It would appear, Chair.
Are there any Jeffs other than Mr. Makubo who you're aware of in the course of your investigation, or who you've become aware of in the course of your investigation of EOH's relationship with the city?
Mr. Chair, we haven't come across another Jeff. The correspondence on COJ is predominantly Patrick Makubedu, Jeff Makubo, and various others, Ibrahim La, etc., but certainly no other Jeff.
Can I then take you to page 787?
Certainly, Chair. Page 787 is a document on the African National Congress lettered Tshwane region, and it seems to emanate from the Office of the Regional Secretary. It is dated 18 September 2014, and it's addressed to whom it may concern, EOH Matombo Pty Limited. Subject, request for assistance. It starts off with warm revolutionary greetings, as per letter dated 12 September 2014, which was directed to your company. The ANC in Tshwane had requested that your company for assistance. However, till to date, we have not received any confirmation of payment from our service providers relating to the undermentioned services. The ANC is requesting that your company to remunerate those service providers within a week or during the course of next week, as we cannot continue with the conference if those services are not yet remunerated. For the ANC to achieve or hold a successful conference, we therefore request the following from your company, and then it's got a bullet as conference package for 400 delegates, 300,000, and then in brackets, Zakatle Trading and Projects, account number, and it's an FNB bank account. And then it goes on to say we are a non-profit organization with the mission to deliver quality services to our members and fellow citizens of South Africa. We continue to meet our goals because of thoughtful contributions from companies like you. And then it's got below that, NB, it will be highly appreciated if payment is made during the course of next week or before, in order for us to focus on other logistics. Date again, Chair, is 18 September 2014.
Then on 789, if you turn the
Certainly.
page.
On 789, we have an attachment that was forwarded by Patrick Makubedo to Renee Jonker and Gian McKay at EOH, and it's headed Request for Assistance, Request Conference Doc as the attachment, and it seems to be the document we've just read, Chair. And then this forwarding is from Danny Matila dn@icloud.com, dated Thursday, September 18, 2014, and it's the request for assistance sent to Patrick Makubedu at his Gmail address, and this comes from, it says, "Good day, kindly find the attached in order, regards to Mino Matila.
And do I understand that the attachment is that request from the Tshwane ANC 300 for 300,000?
Correct, Chair, that's what it appears to be.
Can I then take you to page 621?
Certainly. Chair, at 621, there's an email from Patrick Makubedu dated 20 September 2014, and it's addressed to Gian McKay at EOH, Ebrahim Lahir at EOH, and it forwards the financial assistance request, and there's an untitled PDF attachment, and the narration is, "Hi, please receive from the request from ANC Joburg region. Regards, Patrick." Chair, I just highlight the date again. You'll see 20 September. And this document forwarded a document that came from Jeff Makubo, addressed to Patrick Makubedu on Friday, September the 19th, so the day before, saying, "Dear Patrick, please find a letter of funding request towards our regional conference expenses. Regards, Jeff Makubo."
Can you turn the page?
Certainly. Chair, the next page, page 622, attaches a letter on an African National Congress Greater Johannesburg region letterhead.
Can I stop you there? Is this the document that was attached to the email that was
That is
forwarded?
correct. This appears to be the attachment to the email I've just read, Chair. And this document comes from the Office of the Regional Treasurer, Greater Johannesburg Region, ANC, and it's addressed to Mr. Patrick Makubedu, and it refers to the Executive, EOH Mtombo, and it's also CC'ing Mr. Ebrahim Lahir, dated 19 September 2014, request for financial assistance. "Dear Patrick Makubedu, we would like to thank you for the support your organization has given to the ANC in the past. The ANC in Greater Johannesburg region will be going to its conference from the 16th to 19th October 2014 at Cedar Park in Woodmead. We are expecting 500 delegates from branches, the leagues, the alliance, representatives of business and the religious sector. The Congress will discuss and take resolutions on issues like governance, elections, the economic transformation, and social transformation. The conference requires resources to execute. We therefore humbly request a donation to cover, amongst others, the following expenses." It then refers to conference venue and accommodation, 2 million, conference package and paraphernalia, 1.2 million, transport and registration, 600,000, printing, documents and shirts, 250,000, other 250,000, total 4,300,000, Chair. And then what follows on the next page at 623 is the banking details.
I think, I'm hoping the Chair's copy isn't cut off, because I think yours is, because there's an important paragraph at the bottom of page 622.
Chair, I think it might be cut off, but I've got one line, if I may read it.
But I see there is no full stop at the end of the last sentence on page 622.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that means it's cut off or that means they stopped, they didn't put in the full stop. The Regional Executive Committee will appreciate contribution of at least 2.5 million to ensure a successful conference. That's my last line.
That is the last. I just didn't understand. I didn't hear Mr. Powell read
No.
that last sentence.
Yes.
Chair, I'm slightly cut off further than you are, so thank you. That is the last line.
Yes.
And then, of course, in the following page, that's where it says the banking details and so on.
Correct. And then it ends with, thank you, your support is highly appreciated, and we thank you in advance for your commitment and contribution towards strengthening our democracy. Yours in democracy, Jeff Makuba, Regional Treasurer, with his cell number.
Can I ask, I don't want it to be published, but can I ask that we take a note of that cell number because it's going to become relevant later on? Chair, will you just write it down somewhere because it will become relevant later on?
What is that?
The cell number on
okay.
page 6,
Okay.
623.
Okay. Yes, no, that's fine. I've taken note of it. It does look like the ANC was quite active in seeking donations during this particular month.
Certainly from EOH. Chair.
Yeah, from EOH, yeah. Thank you.
Can we then go back to a document that we've seen previously? It's it's on page 296. I'm not sure we've actually seen this one previously. No, we haven't. Sorry, I skipped over it when we were doing payments.
Chair, the document at page 296 is headed Transactions Report, and it reflects company TSS Managed Services. And in the middle of the page, it has a line referring to beneficiary, Mawani Consulting.
Can you just look at the date as well?
Absolutely. Apologies, Mr. Chaskelson. The date is 20 September 2014. And if we look at the...
I'm sorry. I'm at 296. Is that where you are too?
Yes. It's a transactions report, Chair. And then the...
the dates that oh, okay, I see 20 September. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And just below that, the date, Chair, is a double line with beneficiary, branch account reference, etc. And the beneficiary is reflected as Mawani Consulting. The branch number is reflected, there's an account number, and the reference is TSSMS, and then GenVen, GNVN. And the amount is...
Okay, yeah, beneficiary, Molelwane Consulting, and then the branch and the account number and the reference. The reference is TSSMS GenVen.
Correct, Chair.
That's right.
And the amount is 570,000 Rand.
Yes.
And it's got an action
is
date.
20 September the
20
date of...
September 2014.
Is 20 September 2014 the date of the transaction?
It appears to be, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Powell, can you tell the Chair what work, if any, you found that Mawani did in return for this payment?
So before that, just so that I understand this document at page 296, it says transactions report. It's produced by who?
TSS.
And it's a report of what?
It's a report of the company on financial transactions, payments, Chair. And this is
of
it's
TSS.
TSS,
Okay.
MS, Chair, and it's supplied as a proof of a payment to Mawani, referring to the preceding email.
Okay, and the items mentioned at the bottom there, below rejection reason legend, are those?
I don't think it's relevant, Chair.
Oh, that's not
because
relevant.
this has been processed.
Well, what is relevant is what appears before that, namely the transaction of 570,000 rand,
Correct, Chair.
which reflects. So it would reflect a payment by TSS Managed Services to Molelwane Consulting on the 20th September 2014
Correct, Chair.
into that account number and that branch.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
The evidence leader has just asked me whether I'm aware of any work that was done for this payment, and I'm not, Chair. We've tried to establish if there was services rendered, and we're not aware.
Yes. What is in those instances where you say, as you do in regard to this payment, that you and your team tried to establish what work had been done and you didn't find any evidence?
Chair, we've gone to...
How would you rate the chances that you made a mistake? There is evidence, depending on the thoroughness of your investigation. How would you...
Chair, it's not impossible that there may be something that was done that we're not aware of.
Yes.
So our process is we go to the employees who were involved in the project at the time, and we ask them, did you work with this entity? Did you come across this entity? Did they feature in the project at all? And the answer was no. The work that was done on this specific project was done by a former EOH employee.
Yes.
So that's why I'm confident, Chair, that...
And the former employees said they didn't do any work?
The former employees, the current employees have confirmed that they didn't do work, and they've indicated that the actual work was done by an EOH employee.
Oh, okay, okay. But your team, your investigation team, would it have taken statements from various persons who were interviewed to say, what do you know about this? And would there be statements that are stored somewhere?
Chair, there are statements for some portions where we've lodged criminal cases.
Yes.
And for others, we've just gathered the information. And for some of these items, like the request from the Commission, we've responded as quickly as we could to get the information across.
Yes.
So
Yes. But you feel reasonably confident that where you say you could not find any evidence of work, chances are good that no
Correct,
work
Chair.
was done.
Chair, and the other reason for my confidence is that this is a common practice that we came across at EOH with partners on projects, and I referred, Chair, previously to these nebulous terms on teaming agreements that sometimes are blank or they refer to broad services. On many of the projects, we've had a similar phenomenon where people are paid, but they haven't provided any services. So Chair, if I can just conclude that thought, it comes at great cost to EOH because they tender for a project or they do the work on a project, they pay away to these business partners, and in some instances, they don't even recover the money from the client for the work and they just lose money as a result. But the ED partners, like in this case Mawani, are paid and they get their money.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chaskerson.
And just to another detail on this document, if you go back to 295, back a page to...
Certainly.
Can you just describe that email?
Certainly. Chair, 295 is an email from a Natalie Buchner at EOH sent to Renee Jonker on 6 October 2014, and it says, subject Ray, proof of payment Molelwane, attachments, proof of payment Molelwane Consulting PDF. And that seems to refer to this document that we've just analyzed.
And just the narrative on the email.
Please find attached proof of payment for Molelwane in the amount of 570,000 paid on 19 September 2014. Thank you and regards, Natalie Buchner, Accounts Payable Manager, TSS, Managed Services.
Then the last document in this 2014 chronology is at page 625.
Just one sec, Mr. Chaskalson. So the long and short of a number of these transactions, Mr. Powell, is that there were many occasions when EOH or other entity under EOH would pay a lot of money to Molelwane Consulting or Molelwane Holdings for no work that has been done as far as your investigation has
Correct,
gone.
Chair.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
Chair, we will elaborate shortly, but the same scenario happens with Mfundi, and we'll go into that detail shortly.
And then if you can go to from 20 September to 2 October at page 625.
Certainly, Chair. At 625, we have a Nedbank proof of payment. It's headed Authorized Payment Batch Completed, and this reflects batch description, ANC Greater Johannesburg account, from account TSS Managed Services, Pty Limited, and an account number. It is dated 2 October 2014, and the description is ANC Greater Johannesburg account. The amount, the batch total, is referred to as 1.5 million, and the authorizer T2 is Gian McKay. And then if we look at the narration on the table just below, it refers to the beneficiary name, ANC Greater Johannesburg account, beneficiary's account number, branch, once-off payment captured, beneficiary statement description as TSS Managed Services Pty Limited, and on the account holder's description, TSS's Managed Services account, it reflects ANC Greater Johannesburg account as the description. And then the amount on the right is 1.5 million rand.
And then if you can just go up to page 624, you'll see an email which attaches that proof of payment.
That is correct, Chair. At 624, there's an email from Patrick Makubedu to Jeff Makubo, dated 2 October 2014, and it forwards POP ANC. The POP refers to the proof of payment we've just read, Chair, and it's a JPG, a picture attachment, ANC Greater Johannesburg account, 2 October 14. And that is sent by Patrick Makubedu after he receives the same proof of payment from Renee Jonker at TSS MS, dated 2 October 2014, and this is sent to Patrick Makubedu. So he just forwards the proof of payment once it's been made off to Jeff Makubo.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. We're going to move on to a completely new topic now. We've completed our 2014 chronology. Is there anything beyond that which you've said already that you would want to say to the Chair in relation to that 24 chronology from August to October that we've been looking at?
I think my observation, Chair, is, as Chair pointed out, there was a lot of donation requests that coincided with the award, and we've pointed out the anomalies in Makubedu drafting the award to himself. It's just unheard of, Chair. It's just wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Our next chronology deals with a tender in 2016, and for the purposes of this chronology, I want us to start on your second report at page 91, where you describe the A647 tender of 2016. Can you go to page 91?
Certainly.
Maybe, Mr. Chaskalson, it would be convenient to put in a divider or something just that will indicate where one finds each one of the three reports, so that it's easier to go to it much more quicker.
I will certainly do that, Chair. The problem in relation to this tender is that it straddles both reports, and so there's no one simple place where, and for the most part, I will be referring to documents between about pages 450 and 530, where the original underlying documents are.
Okay, no, that's
But I do have to refer to some stuff attached to the original report as well.
okay.
But we will have your file organized so that the three separate reports can at least be partitioned.
Okay.
So in paragraph 91, you describe briefly this tender A647. Can you explain to the Chair what this tender was about and what its period was?
Certainly. Chair, the COJ SAP upgrade tender for 2016 is referred to as the COJ tender A647 for SAP upgrade/implementation. This was advertised in November 2015 with a closing date of 14 December 2015. COJ awarded this tender to EH Matombo on 8 June 2016 for a price of just over 404 million, including VAT. Chair, again, the date will become crucial, and I emphasize 8 June 2016, and if the 2014 donations appeared large...
I'm busy looking for June 2014 or 2016. Oh, here it is, yeah.
Chair, if the previous donations that I explained and elaborated on looked large, they are about to be dwarfed by some significant developments that we will now go into detail on.
Yes.
So our chronology starts on 2 November. Can I take you to page 480?
Just before you do, Chair, we're now at the heart of what EOH had discovered after they appointed us, after what we initially found on the investigation, and we reported to the Hawks, to the DPCI.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Jaskelson?
480.
Thank you.
At page 91 do I find, oh, there it is, the reference to 404 million. Okay, I've found that now.
Thank you.
Okay, are we still on that page? Or?
Chair, we're now going to go through a chronology of the
Yes.
emails and the like.
Okay.
And so we're going to page 480.
480.
And Chair, in relation to this chronology, I will be referring also to 4 or 5 documents in Flow of Funds Bundle 3.
Okay.
So it may be useful to have that
it,
bundle
yeah.
to hand.
I think let's have that bundle at hand.
Chair, this time it's more than one document. It's 5 across the file, so I think we should give you the whole file.
Okay. Yeah, just give me the whole bundle, Solicitor. He might not refer to it now. Okay, all right. Thank you. But at this stage, you just want me to go to 480.
of bundle one, but I just would like you to have that other file to hand because we're
Yes,
going to
okay.
get there in due course.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. At page 480 of the bundle, we have an email from a Nayeko Muteleni at eoh.co.za.
Yes, that's NYIKO. I think it's Nico.
Nyiko.
Mutileni, Mutileni. Yes.
Correct, Chair. Thank you. And it is addressed to Gian McKay, sent on 2 November 2015, and it forwards City of Johannesburg outsourced IT services, and the narration starts with FYI, City of Johannesburg outsourced 10 days out. I've prepared all team members to attend to it. I've also notified Mr. Makubedu because of Jeff's influence. Thank you. And he forwards an attachment from a Herman Skeepers, and it looks like the document was forwarded to him.
Can I then ask you to go to page 453?
Certainly.
So, I'm sorry, Nico Mutileni is an EOH person, huh?
Correct. He's
Okay.
forwarding to his bosses because
Yes.
the city is now advertising the tender,
Yes.
Chair, and we're about to go into how upset EOH were that this was
Yes.
being advertised.
Yes, okay.
Sorry, I have actually glossed over quite an important part of that email. He says, I've notified Mr. Makubedu because of Jeff's influence.
Correct.
Yes.
Chair, I've previously testified that we've only come across a Jeff Makubo who engages with Patrick Makubedu.
Yes.
And it appears, I am assuming, and I think correctly so, Chair, that this is notifying Mr. Makubedu because of Jeff's influence, because it is clear Makubedu has a very good relationship with Jeff Makubo.
Can we then pick up what's going on inside EOH by going to page 453? We may in fact have to go down a little bit.
Yes.
Maybe the correct place to start is the last of that chain of emails on 453, 7 November 2015 at 9:39, which will spill on to 454.
Correct. Chair, on 7 November, this is at the bottom of that page 453, Ibrahim Lar writes an email. COJ are proceeding with the advertising of our current contract this week. This despite the assurance that they would rather extend our contract.
This is Mr. Ibrahim Lahe.
Ibrahim Lahe.
Writing to whom? Writing to Asha Bobot or what?
It's not very clear, but it's clear Mr. Bobat replies, so I assume it has to be Mr. Bobat.
Yes, okay,
If I can possibly assist, this is one long email chain
yes.
between Mr. Bobot and Mr. Laher,
Okay.
and we see the two parties right up at the top at 453, Chair.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Correct, Mr. Chaskelson is quite correct, Chair.
Yes.
He goes on to say that on the next page at 454, also it seems that certain camps want to reduce the scope of this contract radically, even though they don't have the skills to run the system or the billing department. This could create a billing crisis again, unless the plan is to somehow obtain our skills in another way, poaching/another partner. And then he goes on to say our support contract, the SAP upgrade and the IT outsource contracts are out at the same time. I don't think they will award all three to us. As EOH, our current revenue out of these is about 250 million per year. The upside, if we pull this off, is to go to about 500 million per year, but I'm on the maintain our current base page. Anyway, he reads, as the next line is, anyway, I suspect the next quarter is going to be a political minefield, so we need to be proactive and ready for what is coming. We can't lose this. And just before that, when they announced the advertisement of the tender, and it looks like that knowledge came from the city of Johannesburg, they received intelligence that this tender is going out. The response from Lahore was just, wow, Chair, and that is on 3 November on page 454. Usher Babat then asks, what does this mean? And then Lahore explains. So, Chair, I'm now going to move forward to page 453 for the rest of that thread. Usher Babat then asks, how, ? What must we do? What must we do? Can we get the involved guys together on Monday? And then Ibrahim Lahore replies, hi, Usher. Yes, we have started some stuff. And the next line I want to emphasize, Chair, and have a full political and technical strategy for this. But our team is riddled with internal politics and half-hearted attempts and personal agendas. Your assistance in meeting, as you indicate, will be essential, I think. I will chat to Yas and set this up. Thanks. And then Usher just replies with the thanks.
Then if we can go, we've seen that chain from 7 November, 13 November, 483. If we go down to 483.
Certainly. Chair, on 483.
And once again, can I ask you to start at the bottom of this email thread so that we
Certainly.
go through it chronologically in time?
It starts at the bottom, Chair, with a note to Hi Nyiko. Please find the attached letter. Kind regards, Mfo Kolane.
So that's Mpo Kotane,
Yeah.
Mphokotane.
Mfo Kolane.
Yes.
SAP Upgrade Program Change Management Lead. And then there seems to be a document attached.
Can I take you then for that document to 485?
Certainly, Chair. The document attached appears to be a letter from City of Johannesburg addressed to this Nayiko Mutalani, and it's addressed to EOH Technology and Outsourcing, and it's dated 23 October 2015, and it refers to the header is request promotional items for the optimization and modernization of non-SAP applications. And it refers to...
Maybe because we're going to run out of quite a lot of time, if you can just give a general description of what
Yeah.
this document is.
Basically, it's asking for sponsorships of a whole lot of goodies, technical laptops, smartphones, gift vouchers, power banks, memory sticks, etc., as part of a promotion prize, competition prizes. It ends after a description of all the items on the next page, Chair, at 486, and it refers to, please note, the competition prizes are urgent. It will be appreciated if you could respond by Monday, the 26th October 2015, before close of business, and then thanking you in advance to Melo.
Tumelo Kanane,
Kahanane.
Acting Group Head Information Communications Technology and Information Management. That is somebody from the city of Johannesburg.
Chair, his email underneath describes himself as someone from the city. It's tumelokga@joburg.org.za.
Yes.
Yeah, and the letter is from City of Johannesburg, of course.
Yes. And then if you can just go back to the top of this thread at page 483, what does Niko Mutileni do with this?
At the top, we see that Nyeko Mutileni sends this to Gian McKay, and he copies Shazay Gordon. At the time, Shazay Gordon was Gian McKay's personal assistant, and it's dated 13 November 2015. request for donation and promotional items attaching the document, the letter, and it reflects, "Hi Gian, please approve the request from COJ."
Then if I can take us forward a week, almost a week, and ask you to go to page 483, oh no, sorry, 456.
Certainly.
And if you could describe the email at the top of the page. I'm not needing you to describe
Certainly.
the whole thread, just the...
This document at 456, Chair, is an email from Ibrahim Laher to Usher Bobat, dated 20 November 2015, and the subject is City of Johannesburg A649 support. "Hi Usher, the COJ support tender has come out. We have our work cut out. A meeting with Parks people tomorrow afternoon." At the time, Chair, Parks Tau was the executive mayor. The email goes on to say, "Have spoken to Pat and Gian and will manage that angle separately." And Chair, I'm presuming the Pat refers to Patrick Makubedu, who seems to have been integral to City of Johannesburg. "Am hopeful we will know more after tomorrow." And then there's a line below that, "Good intel on COJ from Sal today at SAP UK. Regards, Ibrahim Laher."
Then, if we can go to page 487.
Chair, if I may just bring the connection. The earlier emails that we looked at, the EOH team referred to a technical and a political strategy. And I suspect that this "spoken to Pat and Gian and will manage that angle separately" refers to a political strategy. Thank you, Mr. Juskinson.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Can I ask you to go to page 487? And here, unfortunately, we have a copy that is very poor in the printed versions. But I think that you may have the text from the electronic version separately. I'm interested to begin with there's a thread again. And I'm interested in the piece of the thread that says, "On 1 December 2015 at 12:08 p.m., Patrick Makubedu wrote." Chair, I'm not sure if, I'm talking from, if you go down the document on page 487,
Yes,
you'll see at a certain point lines start going down the left-hand side of your page.
yes,
So there's the first line that says, "Hi, Pat." There's the
yes, I can see that.
and then there's just above the second line, "On 1 December 2015 at 12:08, Patrick Makubedu wrote."
I'm sorry. There is that email that says, "Hi Pat, please call him and let you and I meet him," from Ashley. I'm now referring to below that.
Below that, indeed.
Okay, what is below that is not legible at all on my copy.
Okay. Chair, we
you
will get
can-
an enhanced copy made available to you.
Yes, but
If
you
I-
can read it.
Can I read out what
Yes.
the section that I'm interested in emphasizing?
Yes,
It says, "On 1 December 2015 at 8:21 a.m., Ibrahim Laher wrote, 'Hi guys. Quick update on the consortia talks for the bid. Deloitte have pulled out of the bid. They think they will get the PMO.'" Sorry, Mr. Powell, do you know what the PMO stands for?
Not certain.
You're nodding your head, but for the record, I think that means no.
No, I'm not certain, Mr. Juskinson.
Going back to the text of the email, "Trevor has apparently assured them, exclamation mark. I have asked Ashley to contact KMG as per Pat's conversation with Jeff. HDS want to pull out, according to Kirtan. Pat, Kirtan hasn't heard from EMC, nothing from Accenture. Regards, Ibrahim Lahir. The passages I would emphasize, Chair, are update on the consortia talks for the bid. So they're talking about putting together a consortium. I have asked Ashley to contact KPMG as per Pat's conversation with Jeff. Then, can I take you up the page to the legible email at the top of the page from Jihan Mackay on 2 December 2015?
Certainly, Chair, and if I may just add, I can confirm what Mr. Chaskelson has read, because I have seen the original. Unfortunately, my copy, like yours, is unclear. But I do confirm the content of that email.
Yes.
The next one that Mr. Chaskelson referred to is Gian McKay, Ray COJ Upgrade Consortium, 2 December 2015. He writes to Ashley de Klerk, and he copies Patrick Makabedu, Ibrahim Lahir, Neiko Mutaleni, as well as Curtin Sita. These are all EOH employees. Hi guys, can we please ensure that our bids to COJ, we commit that a certain percentage of the work and revenue will be allocated to Josie at Work program, and we need to provide more or less an estimate on how many SMEs this allocation will benefit and number of jobs created. From my meeting last night, this part is very critical. In addition, please can we include an option B in the upgrade that basically includes upgrade plus support and the potential value proposition to the city for combining, which obviously should be price. We should be aggressive, as this can be used to justify giving us both upgrade and support. The next line, Chair, is EBS, EBS/PAT. We need a number urgently that can be allocated for goodwill to the organization. And behind goodwill, they've got the, in brackets, and
it's a colon, then
colon.
brackets.
And
What
then
does that
it's-
symbolize?
It's usually a smiley face, Chair. And the EBS that's referred to, that appears to be a reference to Ibrahim Lahir, an abbreviation of his name, and the PAT appears to be Patrick Makabedu, who is in the string. Thanks, Gian. And then,
So can I just ask you to comment on that last sentence? What is Gian Mackay saying to EBS and PAT?
Mr. Chair, they're going to give benefits to the city of Joburg.
We may disagree, Mr. Powell.
They're going to give benefits. They're going to provide goodwill to the organization. So it's to build in some allowance.
Yes, okay.
We'll come to see which organization gets the benefits
Yeah.
later.
Mr. Chair, that was a Freudian slip. I think Chair knows which organization I was referring to.
The closing date of the bid,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairperson, I just want to understand that last sentence. But we need a number urgently that can be allocated for goodwill, then smile to the organization. That number is supposed to be what? Money?
It's money,
As
a
you
budget.
understand it.
We need to build in a goodwill figure, Mr. Chair. So if I draw the link between the dots, it appears to be we will need to make a donation to the ANC.
Yes.
And
Okay.
when we look at what transpires,
Yes,
it would appear that what I've just suggested is correct.
yes, okay, all right. Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairperson.
then if you'll recall that I don't need to take you back there because you've already mentioned this, but I want to just locate this point in the chronology. At page 91, when you were describing the tender, you mentioned that the closing date was 14 December. So in the chronology, we can just record 14 December as closing date for the bids. The next point in the chronology that I would like to refer you to is in Flow of Funds Bundle 3 at page 646.
Yes, 646.
Chair, if you just go back to 645, you will see that this document is part of a bank statement, and it's Mawani Consulting CC FNB business check account and their number. And then Mr. Chaskelson is referring me to page 646, Chair. And on 646, if we have a look at the document,
Yes, don't speak too far away from the mic.
apologies,
Powell.
Mr. Chair, I've got too many files in front of me. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, at page 646.
Mr. Chaskelson, do you want me to refer to...
Sorry, I forgot I'm supposed to be asking questions here. Can you go to an entry on 1 February?
1 February, Mr. Chair, there's a MagTape credit, Patrick Makubedu Mfundi, 200,000 rand.
Yes.
And can you just look at what the balance in Mawani was before this transfer from Mfundi into Mawani?
Chair, I mentioned before we've seen a pattern. This time the balance was 63 rand and 19 cents. So there was almost nothing in that account.
Yes, that's the account of Molelwane Consulting CC.
Correct, Chair.
And the description, P. Makubedu
P.
Mfundi,
Makubedu Mfundi.
does that mean it comes from Fundi to Makubedu?
Chair, maybe if I can take Mr. Powell to another document which will answer your question.
Yes.
Okay.
If you go to page 344 of the bundle 1, not bundle 3. We can leave bundle 3 for now. We'll come back to it a little later with other payments.
Three, four, one.
344, Chair, 344.
344. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chaskelson, just one sec.
And Chair, I'm afraid I've played a card too soon because I'm going to show you a very interesting document, which I was hoping to defer till much later. I'd ask you not to. We will come back to it and unpick it in great detail.
Okay, no, that's all right.
But I just want to refer to something in that regard. 344, have you got that document?
I've got that, Chair.
Can you describe that document to the chairperson, and then I'll take you to the attachments?
Certainly. This document on 344, Chair, is an email from Reno Barry, and the email address is renob@renobarryconsulting.co.za, and it's dated 6 January 2017 to Patrick Makubedu, subject Mfundi ANC Recon, and it has an attachment Mfundi GM ANC updated 13 August 2016 spreadsheet, and Mfundi Management Report December 2016 spreadsheet. The narration is, "Hi Patrick, attached is the last ANC recon I have, showing an amount of 560,000 still to go. However, there might be payments made afterwards that must be added to the recon to reduce this balance. See columns for August and September 2016 for items not included. Please advise if any items must be added to the recon."
I don't want you to go through the whole of this document yet, because it's a long document and we need to get there in due course. But what I do, if you can go to the document at 346, which is one of, first can you confirm whether this is, if you go 345, there's one document 346.
Correct.
Are those the attachments to that email?
Correct, Chair. So there's a first attachment, and Mr. Chaskelson is going to the second attachment to that email.
So the first attachment is the one at 345.
Correct. And we'll come back to that one later, Chair.
Okay.
And you'll recall earlier that we took the chairperson to some management accounts of Fundi Mobile in 2014 that looked in a similar that had a similar format. Can I ask you to look at the document at 346 and describe to the chair what this document is?
Chair, just apologies. My copy is again cut off slightly. So there's a Mfundi management report dated December 2016, and this seems to be the management report. There's a narration at the top that is cut off, Mr. Chaskelson, so if you don't mind, can I ask that you read that in, and then I will continue.
It says profit and loss report.
Profit and loss. I've only got the loss report.
Hang on, Mr. Powell. You referred to the date of December 2016, but I only see 1 March 2016 to 28 to 2017 on page 346. Am I on the right page? Is 346 the right page?
It is the right page, Chair. I think the document has got a potentially misleading title. It may be that he's saved in a running management report spreadsheet, running accounts that go beyond 2016, because the heading of the document
Or the
itself
heading,
describes. No. I take that back, Chair.
it says profit and loss report,
Indeed, Chair.
and then it says below that Fundi Mobile Networks Pty Limited, and then it says date range 1 March 2016 to 28 February 2017.
That's correct, Chair. And if you look at the columns, you'll see they end in December. They don't run through to January and February. So they're monthly columns.
Oh, okay. No. I thought he was mentioning a particular date, and I was looking for it. So, okay. So you were talking about the column under December.
Not yet, Chair.
Oh,
He was just describing the name of the document as attached to the email.
Okay. All right. No, that's fine.
Now, Mr. Powell, I'm not sure if the copy that you have to hand has a left-hand side margin, or if it cuts off the descriptions
It's
on
got
the left-hand.
half of the wording, so I know there's a narration for a travel company.
Yes. Well, let's before we get to travel company, if I can just read the narrations on the left-hand side into the record, starting off under sales. The first item under sales is sales-COJ SAP support special. And that's the item where you'll find an entry in July. Is that legible on your copy?
Half of the narration.
Okay. Well, then I'm afraid I may have to read these narrations.
Just listen, let me try and just follow. I've just made a note just above the months to say that's all 2016. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, all right. And you said sales. My first reference to sales is sales COJ SAP support. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's SAP support special.
Special, yes.
This is a special sale that
Yes,
Mfundi
okay.
pulled off. In July, what did they get for their special sale relating to the COJ SAP support?
Mr. Chair, this seems to refer to 16 million rand.
So 16 million was reflected as well, an amount due to Mfundi in respect of its special sale. And then we'll come back to this document in detail, and I hope by that stage to have a better copy put in front of you. But for now, I'm interested in some of the costs of sales, or just one for now. And I think that I'm not making the point that I hope to make. We'll have to come back to this document later. After all of that diversion and sort of raising expectations, my point falls flat. So let's move on.
It will come back.
I apologize.
All right, okay.
We were on 1st of February when Mfundi was paid when Mfundi paid Mawani 200,000. Can I take us to the 3rd of February on page 488? I apologize for that lengthy diversion.
Could we remain at page 346?
No, 488, Chair. 488.
And it is 488 of money flows bundles 1.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah.
I'm interested in the part of the email string that appears at the bottom of the page, the email headed from Ebrahim Lahir, the last email on the page, from Ebrahim Lahir, date Wednesday, 3 February 2016. Mr. Powell, can you address that email for the Chair?
Absolutely. So this is an email from Ebrahim Lahir, and it's dated Wednesday, 3 February 2016, and it's addressed to Ashley de Klerk, Curtin Seater, Stephen Nurkham Thorne, and various other EOH employees. And its subject header is status of stuff. And it starts with, "Hi guys, I've been running around like crazy and haven't had time to debrief you on all the key things that I've been involved in that I need to share with you. COJ, am very concerned about the city allowing people to reprice. Seems to be a way to catch us out on scope. We need to be careful here." And then the point below that is actions. "I will meet with Jeff." And then below that, it talks about, my copy is illegible on the first word, "Someone and I need to meet with Dada."
That is Ash and I.
Ash.
Who is Ash?
Asher Babat, Chair, the Chief Executive Officer of EOH at the time.
And who is Dada?
Chair, it escapes me at the moment.
Okay. Well, let's not go further down this email, because the critical point for our purposes today is actions. "I will meet with Jeff."
Correct.
Can we go down the chronology again and go back into volume 3, bundle 3?
Certainly.
And go to page 652.
Chair, just before I go into 652, I'll just identify this is the second page of a bank statement for Mawani Consulting, and it's a gold business account with the account number. And
On what page, 651?
correct, and the statement date is 17 May 2016, and Mr. Jaskelson is going to take me to the
25
25th
April.
of April.
I'm sorry, just hang on 1 second, Mr. Powell.
Thank you.
You're saying the bank statement at page 651.
Yes.
Did you say what is the date? I see 16 April 2016
Correct.
to 17 May. That's the date you are talking about.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
And on page 652, if we look at 25 April, you'll see that there is a MagTape credit, description P. Makubedu, and the amount is 50,000 rand.
Yes.
And if I may preempt Mr. Jaskelson's next question, Chair, the balance preceding this deposit was 617 rand and 77 cents. So the account was almost depleted, and it got this deposit from Patrick Makubedu.
So it's like there's a pattern when the account is very low, then there's a top-up.
Exactly, Chair. That's what it clearly looks like.
Okay.
Now, if I can take you to page 346 and 347, which is the Fundi Mobile cost of sales. And if you can start on page 346, just to get the month headings, because on 347, where I will take you, the headings don't appear. I want to make the point that the second column is April.
Yes, that is correct.
So if you go down to 347,
Okay. Firstly, at 346, that's a bank statement
So we've got to go
for
to,
Molelwane Consulting CC.
no, Chair, that's the document we were looking at a minute or so ago. If we go back up to 344, I think it will be. Yes, 344.
Yes.
There's the email from Reno Barry to Patrick Makubedu attaching the last ANC recon and his management report.
I'm at bundle 3. Am I?
Chair, I'm sorry, we should be back in bundle 1.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Chair.
Bundle 1 and what page?
344 is the covering email again.
Okay. Yes, I've got it.
And so that was the Barry to Makubedu email with the ANC recon and the management report.
Yes.
And the management report itself, which talks about the special CRJ SAP support for 16 million and the costs of sales, that's the document from 346.
Yes, okay, yes.
And on 346, Chair, I'd just ask you to note that the second column is April, month April,
Yes.
and the last column is total.
The last column is?
Total.
Yes, yes, yes.
So if we go down to 347 and we see the second line item,
Yes,
that line item is Mawani Consulting.
yes.
Unfortunately, in the April column, there's an amount, but it's illegible. But if we go across to the total, we can see what that amount is because it's the only amount on that line. So the total, which is the far column on the right,
Is it,
that is the 50,000 that we've just referred to, Chair.
is it 50,000? I thought it was 400,000.
no, the 400,000 is just below it. That's the third line item.
Okay,
Chair.
I think, I was drawing a line and I'm not using a ruler, so I went, yeah, okay, so it's at 50,000 rand.
And we've just seen Molowani's accounts that referred to a payment with reference Patrick Makubedu on 22 April of 50,000. What do we infer from this set of accounts? Who made that payment?
It appears in the Mfundi document, so clearly it looks like Mfundi made the payment, Chair.
Then we go to page 194, which is a document we've seen before. Can you start with the date of this document?
Certainly. Chair, this document is dated 30 April 2016, and it's a Mawani Holdings Pty Limited tax invoice addressed to TSS Managed Services Pty Limited, and attention Mr. P. Makubedu, and the description is professional services, LAN and WAN, services rendered as per agreement, LAN and WAN services, 500,000, and I think Chair noted that there's no date of when the services were rendered previously. And the value at the bottom with VAT is 570,000. And the reference again is to Mawani Consulting bank account. So it's that anomaly I drew Chair's attention to, where the invoice is holdings, but the account is consulting.
For present purposes, the point I want to make is that on 30 April 2016, a Mawani invoice is sent to TSS Managed Services. Have you been able to identify the services in respect of which Mawani was invoicing?
No, Chair. I've answered this previously. We couldn't find these services being provided.
What was your question, Mr. Chaskalson?
What services has Mr. Powell been able to identify as having been provided in respect of this invoice?
Okay, all right. And the answer is none, as far as you...
Correct, Chair.
Yes.
And if I can add, I mentioned previously we spoke to people who worked on the project. We also did extensive email reviews, and normally when it's an ongoing project, there's exchanges of progress, nothing of the sort, Chair.
Can I ask this question? In the course of your investigation, did you establish whether Mawani Holdings Pty Ltd, during the times when it sent invoices, but the money, the payment went into Mawani Consulting, did you establish whether Mawani Holdings Pty Limited did have a bank account?
No, Chair. We haven't gone that far.
It would be interesting to find out whether Mawani Holdings Pty Limited did have a bank account, but money was not put into that account, or whether it did not have a bank account.
Chair, that's certainly something the Commission can establish relatively easily.
Chair, if I may say, we weren't investigating Mawani, but when the Commission asked us to see if there's any documents, we found a lot of documents, as Chair can see.
Yes, no, that's fine.
The next stage in the chronology after 30 April is to be found at pages 495 to 497. And again, this is an email string, but maybe we can start at 495. And if you can read up the string and tell the Chair what is here.
Certainly. Chair, at 495, we have an email from Ibrahim Lahir, dated Saturday, 9 March 2019. Sorry, this can't be the right date.
No, you are on the right page. If you can go down the string, so
sorry,
it was to from Nico Muteleni.
Yeah. So we've got 17 May 2016. Naiko Muteleni writes to Ibrahim Lahir at EOH. The subject had a request for sponsorship, and he seems to forward this request, and the request below is from Boneseni Nemangani at City of Johannesburg.
And just for the record, if I can spell that out, Mboniseni, Nemangani, Nemangani.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskelson. This document is then forwarded to Ebrahim Laher, and it appears,
And can I take you to the next page, which is 427? First, can you confirm, is this the document that had the request for the sponsorship?
497.
497, yes.
Correct. This appears to be the request for sponsorship, and it refers to a request for sponsorship New York trip. It is addressed to, it looks like Mr. Tinyeko Mutaleni. I don't know if that's another name of the Nyeko Mutaleni that we referred to.
I think NICO is an abbreviation of
Thank you.
TINICO.
And it's basically a request for a sponsorship trip, New York trip. And please receive our request for sponsorship in pursuance of the trip to City of New York. The trip is from 1 to 10 June 2016. Delegates will be able to attend student exhibition, be part of the celebration of completion of the Global Partners Junior 2015-2016 curriculum, which is focused on arts in cities around the world. And it goes on to say the program is managed by the spouse of the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Ms. Philisiwe Twala Tau, underpinned by the GDS 2030 vision of a resilient, sustainable, and livable communities that has been created. The program is located within the Office of the Executive Mayor, but structured to be self-funding and community-driven. And it refers to, attached is the quotation from the traveling agent for ease of reference, and he requests favorable consideration. And then there's another document on 498, and it's headed NYC Global Partners, and this is addressed to Mboniseni Nemangane that Mr. Chaskelson just spelt out a moment ago. And it's an invitation to take part in this event.
So the invitation comes on 26 February. The request to EOH to Mr. Mutaleni is dated 3 March, and that gets forwarded by Mr. Mutaleni to Mr. Laher on 17 May. And 17
Correct.
May is where we are in our overall chronology of the A647 bid. Can we then go on to page 501? And at the top of the page, there is a string. I'm interested in the email dated 19 May that is the third email in the string.
Apologies, just 1 second.
501.
The second email in the string is an email from Jeff Makubo, sent to Usher Bobat, copying Patrick Makubedu and Gian McKay, as well as Ibrahim Laher, and it's dated 19 May 2016, and its subject is request for donation. Dear Mr. Bobat, please find request letter for donation. As you are probably aware, we have 12 weeks to elections and the costs are escalating. We request a response at the earliest convenience. We hope that our request will meet your favorable consideration. Regards, Jeff Makubo, Regional Treasurer, ANC, Greater Johannesburg Region, and that same cell number for Mr. Makubo that Chair recorded earlier.
Now, we'll get to
The reference to elections there in 2016 must have been a
2016.
reference to the local government elections.
Indeed, Chair.
2016, okay.
Correct, Chair.
We'll get to the request in a minute, the attached request for donation. I just want to orient ourselves again. The tender that we're talking about, A647, has it been awarded yet?
No, it's pending.
It's pending. Let's go to that letter itself, and that starts at page 499.
Chair, at page 499, we find an African National Congress letter, Greater Johannesburg Region, Office of the Regional Treasurer, directed to Mr. Asha Babat, Chief Executive Officer at EOH Mtombo Pty Limited, copying Gian McKay, Ebrahim Lau, Patrick Makabedu, dated 19 May 2016. Request for financial assistance. Dear Mr. Babat, we would like to thank you for the continued support that your company has been giving to the African National Congress in the past. The support ensured that our activities become successful. The ANC in Greater Johannesburg region is preparing for the 2016 elections. As part of the process, the region is finalizing the process of nominating its candidates. Therefore, the election campaign will be full steam, starting with the local manifesto launch and unveiling of our mayoral candidate. As discussed with your colleagues in previous meetings, these activities require resources to execute, and the elections budget is 50 million rand. The Regional Executive Committee humbly requests and will appreciate contribution and transfers as per timelines below. And then there's a table, Chair. The table reflects date of transfer and the amount, and it reflects 18 May 2016, 5 million, 30 May 2016, 5 million, 15 June 2016, 10 million, 30 June 2016, 10 million, 22 July 2016, 10 million, 1 August 2016, 4 million, 15 August 2016, 3 million, 30 August 2016, 3 million. The total is the 50,000, and then it provides the account.
You said 50,000.
50 million, as we said earlier, Chair. Apologies. And then what follows are the account details and a statement that these are important activities in the calendar of the ANC and our mandate renewal by the electorate. Your support is highly appreciated, and we thank you in advance for your commitment and contribution towards strengthening democracy. Yours in democracy, signed Jeff Makubo, Regional Treasurer, with his cell number.
I just want to check that I have the right reference here. Can I then ask you to go to sorry, that was 19 May. If we go back to 25 May, sorry, if we go back to 194. No, not 194, sorry.
What page again, Mr.?
193.
Okay. Still on bundle one.
Still on bundle one, Chair.
Chair, 193, there's an email from Patrick Makabedu, dated 25 May 2016, sent to Renee Jonker. Renee Jonker, Chair will recall, is the finance person at EOH, and it attaches Invoice 22 April 2016 PDF, and the narration is very short. Hi, please pay this ASAP.
And if we go over the page, we see the invoice that we've now seen several times before, which is the Mawani invoice for 500,000.
That is correct, Chair.
Then, can we...
That's quite a large sum going into Model 1 consulting, particularly if there is no work that was done. Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Can we go to page 194.1? And Chair, I just want to make sure that you have 194.1.
Yes, I have.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Can you describe to the Chair what 194.1 is?
Yes, if we start at the bottom of the page, it looks like this was a purchase order, a purchase approval that was sent to on 26 May 2016 to Rob Godlington. Rob Godlington was one of the the executives at EOH, and he received this purchase order approval request, and it spoke about the 570,000 amount, and it referred to Mawani Consulting, and it was requested by Wesley van Reede, and the date was 26 May. He then writes, Rob Godlington writes to Peter Wynne at EOH regarding the purchase order approval. Hi Peter, what's this for? Cheers, Rob. And then Peter Wynne at the top of the page, Chair, replies on Thursday, May 26, 9:05 p.m. to Rob Godlington. Hi Rob, ED for City of Joburg.
Can you just remind the Chair what ED is?
Yeah. Chair, that is the abbreviation for enterprise development. So it usually involves empowerment spend to develop small SMEs.
Thank you.
I would not have thought that Mawani would have qualified, Chair, but so let me continue. ED for City of Joburg, it was budgeted for in the financial year 16 numbers. I asked Renee for a schedule at the time of ED payments budgeted when we compile the budgets then. If the amount is in the budget, I don't ask any further questions. He goes on to say, if you would like me to get more info and the historic payment details for this ED partner, then I know that Renee will have it. I've asked Renee to provide details of ED payments for SASA, and that's the Social Security Agency, as there were some factual inaccuracies in the numbers I quoted in my email earlier this week. This is something else, Chair. The initial number was 2 million and not 3 million for SASA. So essentially what he is saying here is Godlington wanted to know what is the PO for, and they said enterprise development for City of Joburg.
If we then go to page 503, our last exchange was on 26 May, this Godlington Win exchange about paying the invoice. On the same day, something else happens. If we go to page 503.
If I may say, Chair, the inquiry as to the purchase order, what is this all about, seems to have been very superficial, because if management had dug into this, they should have raised red flags.
Of course, was Peter or somebody said, I don't ask questions.
That is also disturbing, Chair.
Yeah.
It's people looking the other way.
Yes. Mr. Chaskerson?
If we go to 503, what do we see?
Sorry. At 503, Chair, we've got an email from Jeff Makubo, sent to Patrick Makubedu, copying Abraham Laher and Gian McKay, and the subject is progress on donation request. And Mr. Makubo writes, Dear Patrick, Gian, and Abraham, I've sent a couple of letters of request to your good selves as a sequel to the meetings we had. The last letter had cash flow requirements starting this week. I have communicated our agreements to the ANC leadership, especially the regional office bearers and province. I've also committed expenditure to ensure that we get renewal of our mandate of transforming Johannesburg. This I have done because of the positive experience I have with you. Can you please give me feedback on the requests, as we have a launch rally on the 4th of June 2016, and of course we need to accelerate campaigning. Please come to the party as we are relying on you. Regards, Jeff Makubo. with his cell number. So he's following up on that unpaid request from the ANC on the 50 million donation.
And at this stage, has the tender been awarded yet?
Not yet.
Can we then go to bundle 3, page 267?
Is it 267 or 367?
Bundle 3, page 267, bundle 3. And if you can just describe to the Chair the document there.
Certainly, Chair. The document before us on page 267 of Bundle 3 is a Mawani Consulting CC account.
Can I just ask you to describe to the Chair how, to report to the Chair how this account is described? Because there are two Mawani accounts and we're going to be going to another one shortly.
Certainly. This one is described as Mawani Consulting CC, and it has a CK registration 1997, salary account as the header, Chair, and then it refers to a gold business account.
And then if you can go over the page, at page 268, there's an entry on the 30th of May.
Certainly, Chair. On 30 May, there's a electronic magtape credit, apologies, TSS MS Pty Limited, and it's the 570 that we referred to earlier, Chair. And if I follow and preempt Mr. Chaskelson's next question,
Yes.
the balance in that account was 268 Rand just before this large cash inflow of 570,000.
So that is on the 30th of May. Can I, staying in the same bundle but going to page 849,
849, certainly. Chair.
and 849 is a table that the Commission has extracted of transactions between Mawani consulting accounts and the two colons on the left-hand side of the two different Mawani accounts, the salary account and the current account. And these are transactions out of either of those accounts into the account of Mr. Makubo's personal account. It's the Commission's document. Can I ask you to go down to 31 May 2016?
I'm sorry, Mr. Traskelson. You say this document at page 849 represents payments into Mr. Makubo's personal account. Is that right?
Indeed.
Yeah.
So the transaction amount, the second column from the right,
Yeah.
is the amount that's paid into Mr. Makubo's account from one of the two Mawani accounts.
Oh, okay. Either holdings or consulting, CC.
They both are Mawani consulting accounts,
Yes.
but CC accounts.
Oh, CC,
but
not
the
holdings,
CC has two bank accounts.
Oh, okay, all right. Yes, thank you.
If we go to 31 May,
31 May 2016, it reflects a transfer, internet transfer, 50,000, and the narration is payment to Mr. Makubo's FNB account.
that's the Commission's narration, I should add. And underneath that,
There's another transfer of
Sorry, the one you have just dealt with, did you say 31 May
31 May.
2016?
31 May 2016.
Okay. Is it that amount of 50,000 rand?
Correct, Chair. And the one that I'm referring to is immediately below that. There's a
Yes.
200,000.
That's 200,000 rand.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
all
I
right.
think what Mr. Chaskelson seems to be pointing out, Mr. Chair, is that the monies go to Mawani Consulting and then find its way to Mr. Makuba's personal account.
Yes.
Indeed, that is what I'm inferring. It's an issue we will take up further with Mr. Makuba when he comes on Friday. If I might just take you back to bundle 3 at page 270, we'll see how those two transactions are reflected in the books, in the account of Molelwane. So if we start at 269, we have the statement from 30 May to 30 June. And if one looks at 31 May, the first line item, the first two line items are just have the description transfer and are both for 50,000.
You said page 269 of bundle 3. Are you at 269?
So 269 is the cover page of the bank
Oh,
account.
then we go to 270.
Indeed.
Okay. And what transaction, what date?
31 May. And Chair, you'll recall there were two transactions on the Commission spreadsheet, one for 50,000, one for 200. Well, one of the first two transactions on 31 May with the simple description transfer would be the 50,000, because there were two 50,000 transfers out of this account with no further description. Then on 31 May, we see the 200,000 with the sorry, a bit lower down, below the Jeff Pardee reference, we see transfer 200,000.
Yes. Thank you.
Can we then go to page 504? Sorry, 504 in bundle 1, not in bundle 3. We're in bundle 3. We need to go back to bundle 1.
504 on bundle 1.
Indeed.
Okay.
Our chronology has taken us to 31 May thus far. Can you describe to the Chair the letter that you see on page 504?
Certainly, Chair. The letter on page 504 is a letter from the City of Johannesburg. It's a registered letter sent to EOH Mtombo, attention Ibrahim Lahir, dear Sir, Madam, and it refers to proposal number A647, request for proposal for the appointment of service provider for the SAP implementation/upgrade for a period of 3 years. Kindly be advised that your offer in respect of an appointment of services provider for the SAP implementation upgrade has been approved by the Executive Adjudication Committee at its meeting held on 2 June 2016. So, Mr. Chaskelson referred, Chair, to the fact that the last communication was end of May. Just over a week later, we now have the award.
2 days later.
2 days later, apologies. We now have the award, Chair, and then there's a table that reflects that this award is effective for a 3-year period, commencing from the letter of acceptance, and it refers to Service 1 SAP implementation, 297,895,680 Rand. Service 2, implement a SAP learning solution, develop training material and provide training accordingly, 45,474,144 Rand, including VAT. And the last one is Service 3, existing ERP system data is required to be transformed, cleansed, and migrated to the new ERP system by the appointed master data management specialists. and the price for that is reflected as 61,286,400.
If you total those numbers, what is the total value of the award for EOH?
A fraction over 404 million rand, Chair.
Then,
Thank you.
sorry, the date of this letter. So the decision was apparently taken on the 2nd, that EOH is notified.
On 8 June 2016.
Then can I take you to page 507?
What's the page number again?
507, Chair.
Okay.
Or maybe we should start on well, 507 is the sequence, where the sequence begins.
Correct.
What do you see on 507?
Chair, this is a purchase order. It's EOH SAP Services. That's the division run by Mr. Leher. And it looks like EOH Infrastructure Technologies is delivering to EOH Matombo Pty Limited, Bedford View. And it then goes into details on dated 27 June 2015 and goes into details regarding the provision of various computer periphery, hardware, software, and the value of all of that, Chair, comes to 204,000 rand and 95, 204,095 rand.
If we then go up a line, we'll see an invoice on page 506. Can you describe that to the Chair?
Certainly, Chair. There's an invoice on page 506, EOH Matombo. The invoice date is 30 June 2016. And if we look at the invoice, it refers to, it's generated by EOH Infrastructure Technologies, and it's addressed to EOH Matombo Pty Limited. But Chair, if you look at the column on the right, you'll see that the delivery address is Massa House, 12 New Street, Gandhi Square, Marshalltown. And then it reflects attention, Jeff or Justice. And if you look at that cell number, Chair, you will recall that that is the number that Mr. Chaskelson asked you to write down. That is the cell number of Mr. Jeff Makubo. So it appears that Jeff referred to on this donation of 204,000 rands worth of laptop equipment is delivered to the ANC. And the address, Chair, we have confirmed is one of the regional offices of the ANC.
Then on page 5, can you go to page 521?
Correct, Chair. On page 521, here we have another purchase order. This one is directed to Serendipity Tours in Waterfall Centre, Midrand. And it's
1 second, let me
Certainly.
get there. Yes.
and the delivery address is reflected as delivered to EOH Matombo, and the company that's addressing it is EOH SAP Services, Mr. Leher's business area. And if we look at this, it refers to purchase numbers, dates, categories. The date is 29 June 2016. And if we look at the description, it looks like this is a tour of some sorts. So pro forma invoice 11 May 2016, COJ team, and then there's a list of names, and some of those names featured on some of the documents we saw previously. So this Boneseni Namangan, I see is on the list, and various others. There are 18 names. And what this entails
Hang on.
is flights on
Are you at 571? What page are you on?
521, Chair.
521.
521, Chair, sorry.
okay.
Maybe if you can pause for the Chair to get there and then take the Chair.
Yes,
Certainly,
yes.
certainly. Apologies, Chair.
I was making a note on the previous reference. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to ask you to start
Not at all, Chair.
afresh on that page, yes.
Certainly. This is a purchase order, and it comes from EOH SAP Services, EOH Matombo Pty Limited. It's addressed to Serendipity Tours, who are based in Midrand, and it's got a delivery address to EOH Matombo Pty Limited. But what is referred to in the description below, Chair, is there is a list of names of COJ team, and it refers to a pro forma invoice dated 11 May 2016. And if you look at the narration, it talks about a list of 18 names, and that's referred to as the COJ team. And then flights on Emirates, return airport, hotel, and private transfers, 6 nights accommodation at 3-star Hampton Inn, Manhattan, Times Square, 5 to 11 June 16, and 7 standard room, twin room sharing, 3 standard single rooms with breakfast, approximate airport taxes included. So this seems to be a delegation going to New York that EOH is paying for around the time that they awarded this tender, which, as I indicated earlier, from just good business practice, it's really bad, Chair.
Can I maybe make that a bit more specific? If one goes back to that invitation letter for Mrs. Tau's project of taking people to New York, at page 498, there's a list of names in that invitation letter.
Correct.
So if I can, Chair, if I can ask you to go to 498, and then
Yes,
we'll
please
see
do.
that this appears to be the same project. There's a very substantial overlap in the list of names.
Is it usual for a municipality or a government department to ask for donations as far as you know, Mr. Powell?
It's pretty abnormal, Chair, particularly while a bid is pending with that particular service provider. It just seems totally
Yes.
unacceptable.
It's certainly not something that
Chair, for
I'm used
any
to.
listed company in South Africa, most of those organizations would have a compliance team. And if we look at the EOH of today, Mr. Van Coller has put in a compliance team and a whole lot of policies and controls. At that time, there was one compliance officer for the EOH group, and it was a massive group at that time. And I'm not criticizing the compliance officer, but whenever the business did anything, they didn't even advise the compliance team, and there was no scrutiny that would have suggested it would be prudent not to do this kind of activity pending or after an award.
And it just seems strange that any private company should spend $500,000 of its money on taking local government officials or any government officials on a trip somewhere.
Chair, in fairness, both to Mrs. Tau,
Yes.
this looks like a charity that she sponsors. So the people who go, they have a local government official as their chaperone, as it were. But it looks like these are school children who are being sent on a trip under Mrs. Tau's charity, as it
Not
were.
municipal officials.
Not officials.
There is a municipal official who will be looking after them while they're there,
Yes,
but
yes.
he or she will be
Yeah.
as a chaperone, as it were.
So,
But
but that's about one.
indeed, it's not the group is primarily children.
Oh, okay. No, I thought it was City of Johannesburg officials. No. Okay, no, that's fine.
There may be one or two, there certainly is
Yeah.
one official, there may be two
Yes.
who are there to look after the children.
Okay, no,
But
that's
the primary beneficiaries are the children.
Chair,
Okay.
but if you remember, the previous documents did speak about this being a sponsored initiative by the Executive Mayor's Office. So there's still the nexus to City of Johannesburg, and it's still coming from the service provider who's busy bidding for work at City of Johannesburg. So I still maintain my view that it is highly inappropriate.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cheskelson?
Can we then go to page 525?
Mr. Cheskelson, we are at 4:15. Let's talk about the way forward. We may need to take a short adjournment. I can still continue, but just want to have an idea. Let's talk about
Chair,
how much is left and how much we need.
my sense, Chair, is that we've probably got about a half an hour, maybe 40 minutes left on the City of Johannesburg.
Yes,
There are then two other contracts unrelated to the City of Joburg, and in fact,
yeah,
quite severable in terms of their treatment.
yes.
Unless you want us to try to push through, realistically, I think we would require at least 2.5 to 3 hours to get through those other two contracts.
Yes,
It may be more convenient to finish Johannesburg today and then to look for another slot, if there is another slot available at any stage, to
well, from my point of view, depending on what your situation is and Mr. Powell's availability and his counsel, I can go on. I can still go on for some time.
Chair, I'm certainly able to go on myself. Can I suggest that we attempt to go on,
Yeah.
and we maybe take stock after we finish the first of the second of those two contracts, when we'll have a clearer sense of...
Yeah, maybe we could go on up to about 6 o'clock or just before 6 o'clock and see how far we are. And at that stage, if, for example, all that's left is an hour, it may well be that is an hour or so. It may well be that we could look at seeing whether if Mr. Powell is available tomorrow, we could start an hour earlier, or we slot him in at some other time. But I have flexibility on my time, on my side, in terms of going on.
Thank you, Chair. Then I think we should at least try to complete.
Yes. Mr. Powell, how is your situation about continuing for some time?
No problem, Chair.
They have no problem. And your counsel, no problem?
No problem with me at all. I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Powell,
Yes.
we may just need a bit of time to rearrange flights, etc., but we'll do that. That's
Yes.
fine.
Okay, maybe let's take a short break now and then resume. We are at, 17 minutes past? If you are going to need to rearrange flights, you might need about 10 to 15 minutes?
Yep, 5 minutes is fine.
5 minutes would be fine. Okay, let's take a 10 minutes a break. We will resume just before past.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we adjourn.
Can you carry on tomorrow morning? Yeah. Thank you.
let's continue.
Mr. Powell, I'm going to take you back. You don't need to go there, but you'll recall that we took you to an email of 2 December at page 487, where Jihan Mackay told Abraham Laher or Ebbs and Pat, we need a number urgently that can be allocated for goodwill, smiley face symbol, to the organization. Can I now take you to page 525? 525 of volume 1. And can you take the chair, again, it's one of these email strings, but can you start with the forwarded message that you see on 525? It says forwarded from Patrick Makubedu. It's,
Yes. So there's a, Chair, on 525, in the middle of the page, there's a forwarded message from Patrick Makubedu, dated Tuesday, July 19th, 2016, and it's sent to Abraham Laher.
and so, sorry, can I just pause there? Would that be Pat and Ebbs?
That is correct, Chair. Those are, I did identify the two who were in that string previously.
And what does he forward?
Copy invoice. Chair, and I must apologize, the copy is very, very faint. So,
Can you read what the invoice, I mean, we may have to generate better copies of these invoices, but are you able to read
it
what the
appears
invoice says?
to be from Fundi Mobile Networks Pty Limited, Chair, and it's addressed to EOH Matombo Pty Limited. And if I'm reading this very faint print correctly, it says sales, COJ, SAP support special, and there's a figure of 4 million rand, and with that it comes to 4,560,000 rand. SAP services, SAP services.
Yes, and you'll recall earlier we've seen some management reports that talk about the COJ SAP support special,
Exactly right, Chair.
and also referred to sales. Can we go down the page, because that's one invoice that you've seen. If we go down to page 527, what do you see on 527?
Very similar scenario, Chair. In the middle of the page, there's an email from Patrick Makubedu, dated July 19, 2016, and it's addressed to Abraham Laher, and it says, hi, please receive the invoices as discussed, and it's another invoice from Fundi Mobile Networks Pty Limited, addressed to EOH Matombo Pty Limited, and this refers to sales, COJ, SAP support special, and it's also 4 million, and with that, it comes to 4,560,000, and it also refers to SAP services, SAP services.
And then,
So this is a different amount to the one you have just dealt with at 525.
Chair, it's the same amount,
Oh,
but it's a
same
different,
amount.
it's a different email.
Oh, okay.
It's a second amount of 4 million, Chair.
And if we can go to the third amount then,
I'm sorry. At 525, on my page 525, the amount that's right at the bottom appears to be 4,560,000.
Yeah,
And then, at page 527, it is the same amount, eh?
correct. It's another transaction of the exact
It's
same
a separate
amount.
transaction, but the amount on each transaction is the same.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
and then if we can, and the amount is 4 million plus VAT to give 4,560.
Correct, Chair. And Chair, just bear in mind the 16 million that was approved earlier. This is
Yes.
going to tie up to that figure.
Okay.
Can we go then to page 5 to 9?
Certainly, Chair. And again, we have a similar pattern. In just above the middle of the page, there's an email from Patrick Makubedu, dated Tuesday, the 19th of July, 2016. And it's sent to Ebrahim Laher. And the narration is, "Hi, hope you have all 3 invoices." And then below that is a further Fundi Mobile Networks invoice addressed to EOH Matombo Pty Limited. And again, we have sales, COJ, SAP Support Special. The amount this time is 8 million rand. And below that is a narration, SAP Services, and the amount with VAT is 9,120,000. Mr. Jaskelson, can you just confirm the number? It's
Yes,
very-
yes. No, you are, in fact, go to 530, you should have a more legible copy.
Yes, exactly right, Chair. On the following page, there's a more legible total, and you'll see it ends with Patrick Makubedu and his cell number.
Is that a total of 9,120? Total when you add up 4 point something and
Yes,
for those 2 amounts?
Correct, Chair.
4.560.
so
That's correct, Chair.
Oh, okay. all
So,
right.
so there were 2 for 4 million plus VAT equals 4560, and a third for 8 million plus VAT,
Yes.
9120.
Okay.
And the overall total,
16 million ex-VAT.
16 million ex VAT.
Okay.
And now we need to go to see how that 16 million on sales SAP support special was explained by Mr. Barry or accounted for by Mr. Barry. And then for that purpose, we've got to go back to page 344, where we've skirted around a little bit thus far. Thank you.
Did you mention a page to which we must go, Mr. Chairperson?
344.
344. Okay.
And at the risk of repetition, I would like you to take the chair through this covering email on 344 quite carefully, because now we're going to get into it in considerable detail.
Certainly. You now have more context to the schedules that are attached to this email. So if we just revisit the email, Chair will remember that this was from Reno Barry. And Reno Barry, you'll remember, was the person that was very active on Fundi Mobile. It's dated 6 January 2017, and it's sent to Patrick Makubedu, and the subject was Mfundi ANC Recon, and then it attached the 2 documents. We've referred to the one document, which was an extract from a Mfundi management report, and the second item is GM ANC updated, or sorry, the first item is GM ANC updated 13 August 2016. And just to revisit the narration, hi Patrick, attached is the last ANC recon I have, showing an amount of 560 still to go. However, there might be payments made afterwards that must be added to the recon to reduce this balance. See columns for August and September 2016 for items not included. Please advise if any items must be added to the recon. Kind regards, Reno Barry.
So the recon that we're going to look at in a minute has the file name Mfundi GM ANC updated. Can you speculate as to what GM might stand for? I'll leave it for
Represent
argument.
anybody's initials? If you don't know, it's fine.
Although I was just thinking of the irony. It could have been JM and I would have understood, Chair.
Anyway, I wanted to ask the question, is the A reference to recon in this email to a reference to a reconciliation of the amounts.
Indeed, Chair.
Okay.
Can you take the Chair to page 345?
Thank you, Chair. Page 345 is this reconciliation. It's headed Fundi Mobile Expenses, ANC GM.
And under sales, what do we see?
We see sales, COJ SAP support special 16 million, and the total for sales 16 million. And then we have...
Sorry.
Go
So
ahead.
can you link that to documents that we've been discussing with the Chair? Where does that 16 million reflect in terms of invoices or that we've seen thus far?
We just looked at the 4 million, 8 million from Patrick Makabedu, Chair. So this seems to tie up to that. And you'll remember that it also ties back to a letter of request for 50 million. It would appear that EOH paid 16, not the 50 that was requested. And they paid it in the broken up tranches of 4 million, and 8 million.
Which were invoiced by Mfundi.
Which were invoiced by Fundi indeed.
And that request,
So
where there was the figure of 50 million, did I understand it correctly to be a request for them to make whatever contribution they could make, so that it wasn't necessarily a request that they must pay the whole amount of 50 million?
Chair, you are quite correct.
Yes.
But having said that, they did give a monthly budget that they
Yes.
needed to receive.
Yes.
And that did come to the 50 million on the request. So that was
Yes.
part of it. But if you read the preceding page, it is exactly what Chair is
Yes.
suggesting. This is
Yes.
the amount they need. And
The impression I got, and maybe there was no basis for it, was that maybe it was the kind of document that the ANC may have sent to different companies, and then each company would just see what it could contribute.
Chair, I concur. Those were my thoughts exactly.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you.
Chair, if I may just pause on this, because, you know, the making of political donations is not per se irregular, but when you make it to one political party and you do it at a time when a bid or a tender is being adjudicated, it becomes problematic. So any compliance team worth its salt would have blocked this. They would have told the company, you cannot go there. But unfortunately, at the time, they didn't have a robust compliance program in place, and they didn't have the wherewithal to stop it. And I think almost by design, the old EOH didn't create the controls because it would have inhibited this kind of behavior. Thank you, Chair.
But, can I just stop you there, Mr. Powell? The answer you just gave the Chair would have obviously carried considerable weight if the 16 million was explicitly donated to the ANC. But in this case, that isn't what happened.
Mr. Chair, and that's Mr. Jaskelson is quite right, and that's the second part of what I did want to convey to Chair, is that this was a concealed donation. They didn't outright go and make a payment to the ANC. They paid Mfundi, and the document we're about to take Chair through is a recon from Mfundi. What the ANC then did is they supplied all of the election campaign expenses, printing, advertising, and all the different aspects, expenses that go with preparing for an election. The ANC would submit invoices to Mfundi, and Mfundi would deduct it from the 16 million balance. And Chair will recall that Reno Barry had indicated that there was just a couple of 100,000 left over. And we're about to go through this list of items, Chair.
So is the position that EOH would have received an express request from the ANC on the ANC's letterheads
Correct.
about that 50 million, but there would be no record of of EOH's response to that request.
Correct.
Directly.
Yeah.
But there would be money that was given to Fundi. And then what one would see later is the ANC would send invoices to Fundi and so on.
Exactly right, Chair. That's
Okay.
what happened.
Okay.
Can you take the chair through these costs of sales?
Certainly. Chair, there's a column on this reconciliation called cost of sales.
Just before we proceed, you remember we have been seeing these sales and cost of sales in the context of Fundi Mobile and the ANC. Cost of sales would mean what,
Chair,
on your understanding?
Fundi hasn't done any work for EOH other than
Yes.
manage these
Yes.
donations.
So Fundi didn't sell anything to the ANC, and
No, Chair.
the ANC didn't sell anything to Fundi.
No. All that's happened is they have been a front for receiving the political donation, and they've disbursed payments for expenses for the ANC.
Yes, okay. And when I see cost of sales below that, where it says less management fees and so on, I must understand that as far as you are concerned, there were no sales.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Mr. Chaskalson.
Well, maybe we should just take a few examples to illustrate some of these sales that are reflected, these costs of sales that are reflected on the spreadsheet. So can I ask you, if you go to the, let's, before we get to the invoices that came to Mfundi, let's look at the first.
Maybe, Mr. Chaskalson, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just to put it bluntly, is your understanding that where they say sales, they were just concealing the true nature of the arrangements and the transactions?
Correct, Chair. It's a misnomer, misrepresentation.
Yes, okay.
And in fact, Chair, it doubles into an accounting irregularity on the EOH side because they're concealing the donation in their books and records.
Yes.
This should have been recorded as a donation, and it
Yes.
should have gone to
Yes.
the party if that's what they chose to do.
Yes.
But instead, it was hidden in the
Yes.
books and records in this fashion.
Okay. Mr. Chaskalson.
And sorry, just to come back there, you'll recall that when we looked at those invoices that were invoiced to EOH, they were described as sales, COJ SAP support special.
Yeah.
So when they issue an invoice to EOH, they call it sales, COJ SAP support special. So that 16 million is a sale to EOH for
Correct.
for the support of the SAP
Yes.
contract at COJ.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
So that would be, they would reflect this as sales between EOH and Mfundi, not between Mfundi and the ANC. Is that right?
Correct, Chair.
And then when Mfundi then pays to the ANC, it would reflect that as what?
Well, they've put it in as cost of sales.
As cost of sales too.
The cost that they must incur to make the sale of 16 million
Yeah.
to EOH.
Okay.
But before we get to the cost of sales, there is an item that's worth looking at with some, looking at closely, because this isn't just about, washing EOH's donations to the ANC, because the first item, can you just tell the chair what the first item says
Yeah.
and how you understand that?
Chair, there's the cost of sales, less management fees and taxes, 2.4 million. So Mfundi has taken a commission for its role in what looks like almost laundering funds.
And
So the 2.4 million there where it says less management fees and taxes, that's their cut.
That looks like it, Chair.
Well, they may have to pay some tax, I don't, but it's their cut plus tax.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Chair, but if I may, the other interesting thing about this document is that it reflects that both Mfundi and the EOH people that were involved in this, they have linked the donation to the ANC to the COJ tender because they're putting it in as cost of sales.
So let's see how these costs of sales work. I don't want to take you through all 20 odd of them, but let's look at an example or two. If you go to the third line item, it says cost of sales black and white, 677,160. Can I ask you to go to page 691? And can you take the chair through that document?
Chair, at 691, we have black and white T-shirts Pty Limited issuing an invoice that is dated 27 July 2017, and there's an invoice number.
2016, isn't it? You said
2016, 27 July 2016.
Yeah.
It's invoice to Joladi Matongo, and if we look at the description, it says S&P, polyester yellow T-shirt printed, and it looks like abbreviation for full color front plus one color back, 20,000 at 29.70 Rand, total amount 594,000, and with VAT, that figure comes to, on the invoice, 677,160 Rand. And if we go back to our document at 345, there's the figure. So you can see this looks like T-shirt printing as part of the election campaign, Chair.
Well, we don't have to speculate too much there because there is actually a covering invoice. So,
Yes.
Sorry, a covering email. Can I take you to page 689?
Chair, at 689, we've got an email from Jeff Makubo dated 27 July 2016 to Patrick Makabedu, and it refers to subject forwarding invoice 21326 from black and white T-shirts, and then there are a number of attachments. Please pay 50%.
This is an email from Mr. Jeff Makubo to Mr. Patrick Makubedu,
Correct, Chair.
and it
And it
relates to
looks like-
a certain invoice, 21326 from black and white T-shirts, and then the attachments are
Yeah.
then given there.
Chair, and it looks like the supplier wanted a 50% deposit before they incurred the cost.
Oh,
So if you look at the preceding request from Joladi Matongo, it's asking for 50% payment by today.
And let's look at another example. Chair, it may be convenient for you to take out page 95, which has, not page 95, page 344, which has that table, so that you can have it on one side, and we can then...
345,
345, indeed, Chair.
okay.
If one...
Yes,
Let's go down to another large item. There's a payment of 1,425,000 to Nahana Holdings, NAHANA.
I'm sorry, I've lost the page where we've got that list.
The list is on page 345.
Oh, I'm sorry, I took it out and, yeah, okay, I've got it, yes.
So if one goes about 6 or 7 down, one sees Nahana Holdings, 1.425 million.
Yes.
Mr. Powell, can you take the chair to page 680?
Certainly.
680.
Got it? Yeah.
And what do you see at 680?
Chair, at 680, we have an invoice from Nahana Holdings Pty Limited, and the customer is reflected as Greater Johannesburg Region ANC. Contact Jeff Makubo, and then Johannesburg with what appears to be Mr. Makubo's cell number again. It's dated 20 July 2016, and there's an invoice number of NMC J004. And then the description, it says Greater Johannesburg Region ANC, hashtag real stuff, second tranche invoice. And then it's got hash real stuff social media strategy, establish content structure for Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, contracting of influential ambassadors, senior social media strategists, analytics and monitoring reports, scheduling and strategic planning, PR and branding, and there are various other items. There's content development and real stuff on ground activations, and there's a figure of 1,250,000, and the grand total with that is 1,425, 1,425,000, Chair.
And that, of course, corresponds to the line on the cost of sales.
Correct.
Can I ask you to go up to page 679 to see how this ends up being paid by Fundi Mobile?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chaskelson. I'm making a note on my page 345 where to find the
680.
So yeah, I've made that note, but the earlier one for black and white, do you remember what page?
Black and white was 691.
691. Okay, thank you. Yes.
And if we look at 679, Chair, at the bottom, a Sibusiso Gamedi at nahana.biz emails the attached invoice that we've just looked at for 1,250,000. It gets sent to Andy Dakoba at Data and copied to Sifiso Zulu, and then this gets forwarded, and then it on 22 July 2016, and it goes to Obakeng Ansel Chikani, and also to Jeffrey Makubo, and that gets forwarded from Jeff Makubo to Patrick Makubedu on 22 July 2016. The underlying email seemed to refer to Dimension Data, but it looks like this was paid by Mfundi, not Data.
That's certainly what, well, it went from Data to Jeff Makubo and Obakeng Chikani. What went from Data, it went from an individual at Data. What went was the invoice.
Correct.
And eventually it was forwarded from Jeff Makubo to Patrick Makubedu, and later appeared as a cost of sale to Mfundi. The next item I would refer to is the next big item, which is an amount of 994,964 to Sherino Printers at 668. It's going page 668 is where the story of those payments is going to be told. And let's start with the covering email on 668 and the trail that it shows.
Certainly. So at the bottom of 668, Chair, there's an email from Joladi Matongo, this name we referred to earlier. She sends this email on 13 July 2016 to Jeff Makubo, and she sends it to a Gmail as well as a City of Johannesburg address, and copies a person by the name of Bruce Sorella, and the subject header is Invoice 70718 from Sharino Printers CC, and she says, "Good day, attached are the invoices from Sharino Printers. These are for the 1,000 A5 leaflets per candidate that were printed and have already been delivered. They are also for the 300 posters per candidate and have been printed and delivered. Please process payment. The supplier is on my case. Regards, Joladi Matongo." That gets sent by Jeff Makubo on 21 July 2016. He forwards this to Patrick Makubedu and attaches the invoice and various supporting documents.
I see that the email address for Joladi Matongo is gauteng.gov.za.
Correct, Chair. It looks like she is a government official.
Yes, not at Johannesburg City, or you don't know?
No, I think COJ has a different address. This
Yes.
could be a government department,
Yeah,
Chair.
okay, all right.
Chair, the title is GPGDED, which presumably refers to the department, Gauteng Provincial Government Department, maybe
Yes.
Economic Development.
Yes, okay.
Can you take the chair to 669 and 670?
Certainly. 669 and 670 are invoices from Sharino Printers. Invoice to the African National Congress. And the invoice contains the detail. Order number is just referred to as Joladi Matongo, and it refers to 40,500 A1 posters, reordered Joburg only 135 wards in brackets, 135 different kinds of A1 posters, in 300 of each printed in full color, an amount of 518,400. With VAT, the total amount there is 590,976 rand.
Can I just ask, Chair, can I ask you and Mr. Powell just to write that number down, 599.76?
$590,976.
Correct, Chair.
Okay.
And then, Mr. Powell, if you can go to 670?
670 is the second invoice from the same source, Sharino Printers CC, and it has the same order number as Joladi.
I'm sorry, Mr. I think your voice has gone down a little bit. It's late
Sorry.
in the day.
Thanks, Chair.
So just start again.
I've gone closer to the mic, Chair.
Yes.
This is also addressed to the African National Congress,
And this is what page now?
670,
Okay, all right.
and it refers to 135,000. Description is A5 leaflets, Joburg only, 135 wards, 135 different kinds of A5 leaflets, being 1,000 of each printed in full color, and an amount on the right as 345,375 rand, and the VAT inclusive number is 403,987 rand and 50 cents.
And then if you were to add those two numbers up, I wouldn't ask you to do that, but I'll tell you that the answer is 994,963.50. And they've rounded it up to 994,964, which you'll find on the table at page 345. So next to Sharino Printers, these two invoices reflect as 994,964.
Mr. Chairperson.
And the last example that I'd like to take you to is the item called Black Brain, an amount of 1,736,000. Can I ask you to go to page 683 for that? So Black Brain is 683. And if you can take the chair to what you see on page 683.
Certainly. Chair, on 683, we have an email from Jeff Makubo to Patrick Makabedu, and it refers to business request or bus request for PR councillors, and the narration is just yes, and it's sent from my iPhone, and that follows a question from Patrick Makabedu, just saying, so we must only pay 1,736,000, with Patrick Makabedu's name and cell number just below that, and that seemed to have referred to the preceding email on 22 July 2016, which was sent by Jeff Makubo to Patrick Makabedu, and it had a figure, it contained a table which referred to various suppliers. Black Brain appears on the table near the bottom of the page at the top, Chair, and it has an invoice number BB ANC 280616 and an amount of 2,736,000. And what Mr. Makabedu seems to be asking is, so we must pay only 1,736,000, the Black Brain number? And the answer was yes.
Before you leave that page with the table, you'll see a number of other
Oh, yes, I see there's another email reference on 22 July 2016. When Jeff Makubo wrote to Patrick Makabedu, he wrote Black Brain, and I think it's just a typo, in 1,736,000, and in brackets it says, we have paid them 1 million from the ANC account, close brackets, otherwise all is fine.
And if I can take you to a different rendition of that email, or to the same email but in a different place with a table underneath at page 685. Do you see the 22 July email from Jeff Makubo? It's the Patrick Makabedu email saying, so we must pay only 1,736.
Yes.
In response to Black Brain is 1,736, we paid them 1 million, otherwise all fine.
Yes.
There is a table to which Mr. Makubo was responding.
Correct.
And so we've dealt with Black Brain, which on the table reflects as 2,736,000, but we understand now that one was already paid.
Correct.
The other items on the table, we've dealt with Sharino printers already.
Yes.
Taj, can I ask you to go back to page 344?
Certainly.
And you'll see a line item for Taj, which reflects total payments to Taj of, can you just give the chair the amount?
Certainly. Taj printers, 331,592, Chair.
I'm sorry, is that at 344 or 34?
This is at 345. It's the
Oh, that's
reconciliation,
the page that I
Chair.
took out.
And that document is just
Yes.
two
yes.
lines below the middle, the reference to Taj printers, Chair.
Yeah, you said, so we look at Taj, and what's the amount?
The amount for Taj is 331,592. 592, Chair.
Yes, I can see that.
Now, these amounts, are, when you add them up, they come to an amount slightly less, but they may not have been the only amounts paid to Taj. Can you look at paper push?
Certainly. Paper push printers is reflected on the reconciliation as 185,820 Rand, Chair. And there's another amount just slightly higher up, just above the middle of the reconciliation. There's paper push printers, 64,980.
And can you look back at your table?
And going back to the table, we've got paper push 18 July 16, 64,980.
Okay. When you refer to the table, you refer to the table at what page?
Sorry, Chair, this is page 685.
665.
685.
685.
Chair, and if you look at that number, the 64980 is the number on the schedule for paper push printers, the higher reference just above the middle of the
yes.
page.
Yes, I can see that. Thank you.
Now, we haven't reconciled every one of these against the underlying invoices. I don't even know if those are to be found on EOH. But we have described the process.
Yes, no, one does get the picture.
The picture is amplified a little bit in those management accounts that came with the same undercover the same email from Mr. Barry. So if I can now ask if, Chair, if you can go to page 346, which is the management accounts.
Yes.
And there, Chair, we've seen this document before. We've noted that the revenue is that 16 million from COJ SAP Support Special, which is a sale made by Fundi, and the costs of sales. Can I, if we go through, again, keeping that, reconciliation loose, can I ask, Mr. Powell, can you find, have you got a copy that has the left-hand column legible or not? Maybe it might be best to get volume 1 from behind you and just go to page 346 of volume 1.
Do I need to go to volume 1?
Chair, I think your document of 346 is a legible document, but Mr. Powell's may not be.
Yeah, no, it is legible. Well, maybe somebody should assist the witness.
Mr. Powell has his volume.
Yeah, okay.
Page 346.
346.
Great. Can you start by looking for the cost of sales in respect of black and white?
Yes, certainly. I see black and white about 7-8 lines down.
And if you move across, what is the cost of that sale?
Just 1 second. $677,160.
And that, of course, reconciles with the number on the reconciliation. And which month is that sale reflected in?
It's reflected in July. Sorry, the numbers are slightly out of sync. So
It is the July column.
Yeah.
The column headings on the left-hand side of the column and the
Perfect.
numbers on the right-hand side of the column. If we go over the page to 347,
Certainly.
we see Nahana Holdings that we've already looked at,
Yes.
and the cost of sale there.
1,425,000, Chair.
And I can tell you that that's also in the July column, although it's
Correct.
not on your...
Yes, I can see that, Chair.
And Taj Printers that we were looking at.
Certainly. Taj Printers is also in the same column, Chair, so it looks like also July, and an amount of 331,592.
Paper push printers.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
paper
one-
push.
the challenge
Yeah.
I
Paper
have
push, Chair,
here is,
we've got also in that July column, 64,980, which was that number in the table that we just looked at on one of the invoices.
I was saying, Mr. Chaskowson, the challenge here is that I have is to see which figure relates to which entity. I don't know whether
Chair, I've
with
just grabbed
bigger
the page.
spaces between them, it would be, and maybe with a line, with lines in between.
Chair, I'm using a page as my ruler to overcome that very difficulty.
Chair, what we'll do is we'll go back to the original spreadsheet, which I
Yes.
presume Mr. Powell will have.
Yes.
And we'll reprint it with
Yeah.
with columns with cells with borders, so
Yeah,
one
yeah.
can see the lines.
No, that's fine, because I think if you were to ask me, I would give you all the wrong numbers.
There is one, we've already talked about the cost of sales to Mawani Consulting for 50,000. There is another line item that I want to identify to you. That is the cost of sales on page 346 for Flywell Travel. Flywell Travel.
Chair, for Flywell Travel, we have a figure of 89,000. There's the two, sorry, let me just make sure. There are two columns. The one is 207,025 Rand, and the second figure is 89,330. And
I want us to focus on that 89,330.
certainly,
Can I ask you to go to page 693?
Chair, at 693, there's an email from a Deepika Bana, and it is sent to Patrick Makabedu's Gmail address, and there's a Ayaz Ahmed CC'd, and it refers to subject invoice HOF and then a number of 0153043, and it refers to XL Flywell Travels Pretoria Pty Limited. And the narration is, Dear Patrick, please see attached invoice for Jeff's travel. Kind regards to P. Cabana, travel consultant. And it seems to come from Flywell.
Can I ask that you write down that invoice reference, HOF 153043? And then can you go to page 800?
Certainly. the very last page in the bundle, Chair. There's an invoice at page 800 from Flywell, XL Flywell Travel, Pretoria Pty Limited, and it is addressed to Fundi Mobile Networks. It's described as a computer-generated tax invoice, and it refers to air tickets, and the passenger name on the detail it refers to a ticket number, Makubo Molantoa Jeffrey Mr., and it appears to be JNB GRU BOG JFK, Johannesburg. And
Can I stop you there? Can you identify those airports for the chairperson?
Chair, we just did this check a couple of weeks ago, and we confirmed that this is a trip from Johannesburg to Sao Paulo in Brazil, followed by a connecting flight to Bogota in Colombia, and a return from Bogota via JFK to Johannesburg, South Africa.
And the amount?
The amount is 80,000 Rand for the ticket totals, 80,350 Rand, and the number including VAT is 89,330 Rand, and that is the number that we just looked at on the schedule, Chair, related to the second expense for Flywell Travel.
Under cost of sales?
Yes.
But I'm sorry, the invoice at page 800 is an invoice sent by Flywell Travel to Fundi Mobile Networks, and it purports to relate to the traveling of Makubo Mulwantua Jeffrey as reflected therein. That's what it reflects, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Chair, and again, the anomaly with this is it's reflected by Mfundi as a cost of sales on the SAP support for COJ.
Yes.
And again, the timing is really bad, Chair.
Yes. Okay.
Just to complete this loop, can we go to 694? And what do you see there?
Certainly, Chair. At 694, we have a Standard Bank payment receipt, beneficiary name Flywell Travel, and then the account number, it's with Absa Bank, and it's an Absa electronic settlement with the beneficiary reference LO8227, your reference Flywell, and the amount is 89,330,000. So this was clearly paid, and this is the proof of payment, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. That concludes our run through the chronology of the 2016 contract. We've now reached the end of our Johannesburg section of your evidence. Is there anything further in relation to the EOH Johannesburg, City of Johannesburg relationship that you would want to address to the chairperson?
Chair, if I may, I would like to point out that EOH have actually lost money, even though this appears to have been tainted by corruption with the concealed donations. The City of Johannesburg hasn't paid for these services, and EOH have paid away to all the third parties, including Mfundi, and so EOH is actually suffering. The new EOH with new management is actually struggling in not recovering this money, and they currently bleeding in terms of the project, and I think that is something Mr. Van Coller highlighted. So I think what it says, Chair, is that if people were crooked, they were not very efficient crooks.
Yes.
Can I Chair, I think at this point we need to discuss the way forward because we've now finished with Johannesburg.
How much was your estimate of how much more time would be necessary to finish his evidence?
Chair, because we're going on to a completely new set of relationships with a different cast of characters, my sense is that we're probably looking at least 3 hours, if I measure against how it went with Johannesburg. And conceptually, it may make sense to end at this point, and then we can take a decision on whether, and if so, when Mr. Powell returns.
Yes.
I must say, Chair, that there are a whole series of other investigations relating to EOH. We're just dealing with City of Johannesburg, and one in the NPA, one in the SAPS. If this is going to become a focus for the Commission, then it's many, many days. If it's not going to become a focus for the Commission, then breaking now makes as much sense as breaking later.
Yes. Well, what I was thinking is the more limited the time is needed for him to finish, the better it is to accommodate him on another day. If we are left with an hour, it's easier than if it's 4 hours. If it's 2 hours, it's easier than if it's 3 hours. So, but I'm quite happy to stop here. So your estimate in terms of what you wish to happen, to achieve, is that if we stop here, we probably need about 3 hours that we must find somewhere.
I think it would be 3 to 4 hours, Chair. I think we could probably do it in 3. The problem is that there will be something of a startup cost because we have to talk about a new set of relationships, a new set of intermediaries who will appear in both of the next 2 investigations. And it may make sense to try and do them together so that one remembers who the parties are.
No, that's fine. I think then we should stop now. Then we will look at when we can slot him in to do the balance of to deal with the balance of the matters that you have in mind you should deal with.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Powell, we'll stop here. We'll stop here, and obviously we'll ask you to come back some other time, and so that you can deal with the other matters that Mr. Chaskalson has in mind you should deal with.
Certainly, Chair.
And then tomorrow, Mr. Chaskalson, we have one witness, that's Mr. Ramusubudi.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. What's your estimate of how much time we need for him?
Chair, I think we will use the day tomorrow. I've had some, well, I don't want to, I would expect to use the day tomorrow.
A day should be fine.
A day should be fine. We won't need more than a day.
Oh, okay, all right. No, that's fine. I was asking because I think I have agreed with, I think, Mr. Kennedy that I can have an evening session with one of his witnesses who will take about 2 hours. But I said to him, his witness might need to be here by 4 o'clock, but maybe we'll start at 5 or depending. So, and I was thinking whether there may be a need for us to start at 9 rather than 10 for purpose of your witness. But if you think if we start at 10, we should be able to be done by 4 or 5, then it should be fine.
No, I'm confident that we will.
Okay, no, that's fine. So we are going to then adjourn for the day. Thank you very much. We adjourn.
Thank you. Thanks, Matthew. My pile of files was getting messy. No, thanks, Matthew. Thank you.